Chapter 470. Seeing that the situation was taking a turn for the worse, Mordred took a step forward and blocked Aina to her back, feeling slightly protective of this young girl. Aina is not tied with us, she is only here as a helper. Mordred tried to explain. Niall's gaze remained locked onto Aina. Aina felt her vision swimming, her feet feeling somewhat unsteady. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed as though she was feeling pressured by Niall's gaze. But the reality was that her body seemed to want to shut down at this moment. After several minutes of trying to force her ability to activate, her situation only got worse. In fact, it seemed as though the repressive effects of her scars was getting fiercer. Without the energy she needed to fight back against it, the situation she was facing only grew worse. The reason she is here is irrelevant. The fact that she is here at all is already a challenge to His Majesty's sovereignty. The momentum of Niall and the 4 wolf riders to his back grew. In the Ascension Empire, there were only a handful of titles without a democratic prefix attached to it. The reason behind this was clear: other than the royal family, others had to constantly scratch and claw for their positions. Any failure to do so would result in the destruction of countless generations of effort. Due to this structure, the Empire had fostered a sense of complete and unquestionable loyalty. Those who failed to meet such standards could just as easily be ostracized during the next cycle of elections. It was also exactly because of this reason that there were no noble families with useless heirs, as useless heirs would only drive the effort of the family into the ground. If Niall was found to have been aware of a traitor to the Empire yet hadn't taken action, the consequences would be unimaginable. To begin with, the Briarmouth family didn't hold control over a powerful province. In fact, his Evergreen province was located in harsh wintry climates year-round, resulting in an economy that was somewhat crippled. They lacked resources or tourist-worthy locations. To compensate for this, the Evergreen province was, ironically, a province filled with factories and was as such ranked 8th amongst the provinces. And, unfortunately, the only reason they were not ranked 9th was because Dark Cloud Province, the location of Dark Cloud Prison, was considered unranked. It could be considered a blessing to the family that Niall had awakened as a variant and had had the opportunity to stay by the prince's side for the past year. But, he was also aware that his standing, even compared to some Secretary Marquisate families, was lacking. As such, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He had to uphold the justice of the Empire properly. By this point, though, Aina's mind was far too foggy to consider her surroundings. She stumbled and fell backward, only to be caught by Mordred, who realized that something had gone wrong. But Niall had yet to finish speaking. "And I also hope that as a power soon to be under the jurisdiction of the Empire, that you wouldn't be harboring a criminal, correct?" Niall's gaze landed on Mordred and Arthur once again, his words far more forceful. In the distance, Noah remained unmoved by it all. The distance was only 100 meters, so with his newfound strength, he could easily hear the words Niall was speaking. Since he didn't find anything wrong with Niall's approach, he didn't make any moves. "Aina Brazinger, is it?" Noah's jaw steeled. He recognized this name. Could she be from that family? But she didn't have the signature hair and eye color. Though Earth couldn't be considered as large as the universe, obviously, there were still many instances of unrelated people having the same last names. Knowing this, it was no wonder even those who were aware of the Morales name didn't automatically assume Lionel's origins. But, in a world as small as Earth, especially after the eradication of over 99% of their population, such instances should be much rarer. Was there really such a coincidence? It was no surprise that Noah was sensitive to the names of these hidden families. His grandfather had said that there were many enemies eyeing their Earth, and these hidden families were no exception. Noah wasn't quite sure of the origin of these families. But there were 2 running theories he had come up with under his own research and a bit of Jessica's help. The first possibility was that these hidden families were existences that once vied for supremacy over Earth like their Fox family had. Though it was easy to ignore it, but didn't their Fox family also all have the same white gold hair and emerald green eyes? When Noah realized this on a certain day not that many years ago, he felt as though his whole world had been flipped upside down. Could it really be that their Fox family was just another hidden family that happened to claim victory? It was possible. But there was also a second possibility as well. This possibility was far more sinister. And, if this was true, Noah would stop at nothing to eradicate these hidden families. With so many higher dimensional worlds eyeing them, could it really be possible that none of them took any measures to claim a piece of Earth for themselves? What if the hidden families were actually branch members of higher dimensional worlds that sent their people here in order to reach the 5th generation as quickly as possible? If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that those higher dimensional worlds weren't as far away as they all thought? As for which of these two theories was correct, Noah had no idea. But, what he did know was that he couldn't allow someone with the Brazinger family name to run around freely. And, even if Aina's last name wasn't Brazinger, her crimes alone would have definitely warranted detainment. Seize her, Niall said coldly. Well, take her back to the capital for trial after all of this is over. Author's note below, December 20th, 21. Chapter 471. Mordred felt slightly panicked. Obviously, this wasn't because she feared Niall's strength. Whether it be by her own opinion or by the fact of reality, the truth was that there were very few on the current Earth that could match Mordred in power. The issue was that this wasn't a situation she could brute force her way out of. Even if she easily deflected the advancement of these wolf riders, what would she do about the 1,000-strong army to their back? And even if they somehow managed to repel them, what would happen to the situation with White City if they suddenly began to infight? Even though the Empire seemed to be helping now, Mordred and Arthur alike were very much aware that Camelot wasn't their home ground. The Empire could easily choose to retreat and focus on Earth and come back. But could they do the same? They could technically find a place on Earth, but what could their millions of citizens do? Where would they place them? Unlike on Earth, where many if not most had some level of combat prowess by now and had tempered themselves over a year of hardship, the people of Camelot were still lagging behind in this aspect. Even as they awakened to their abilities, they were completely unused to using them and would be even more useless on a battlefield. To make matters worse, Camelot didn't have a monitoring system like Earth did, so rounding everyone up would likely take months. By then, how many more would they lose? Boy, I think that's enough. At that moment, King Arthur took a step forward. The sight of his valiant heir and white lion engraved armor was something to behold, indeed. Despite having chosen to yield to the Empire, that kingly air of his hadn't diminished in the slightest. He only stood there, before his daughter and Aina, yet it felt as though the beasts engraved onto his white armor had come to life, causing the black wolves Nile and the other road to tremble slightly. They might have been demon beasts, but just how many of these beasts had Arthur killed in his life? He had long since lost count. Niall frowned. Are you sure that you're aware of what you're doing? I'm well aware of what I'm doing. I have no idea what laws of your land this child has broken, but what I do know is that she's been fighting for our and your sake all this time. Is this what your empire does to those that fight for them? Niall's expression grew cold. Are you questioning the empire? I have yet to become one of your people. Arthur replied just as coldly, taking a step forward that forced the shivering black wolves into an even sorrier position. In fact, I believe that in your minds, I am still nothing but a fairy tale, is that correct? Arthur scanned the five before him and even sent a glance toward Noah in the distance. Despite meeting Arthur's gaze, Noah remained unmoved. A clash of royal air shot through the battlefield, making the atmosphere several times heavier. I may be just an inconsequential fictional character in your minds, but you shouldn't forget that you're currently standing on my fictional lands, breathing my fictional air, and are in my fictional presence. Until the day Camelot cedes to the Empire, this will still be the case. If you want to take people under my protection beneath my nose, you'll have to taste my blade first. The black wolves reeled and whined, kicking up to their hind legs. If it wasn't for the strength of their riders, Niall and the others would have definitely been kicked off. Niall didn't seem to notice the poor performance of his black wolf. His eyes remained locked onto Arthur as though he was prepared to attack at any given moment. Niall, return. Noah's cold voice rang through the battlefield. His words alone seemed to dispel Arthur's aura, calming the black wolves down in an instant. The contrast was so drastic that even Arthur himself narrowed his eyes. Niall didn't hesitate to follow Noah's orders, clicking his heels against the coat of his wolf and dashing back to the Empire's troops. Mordred looked toward her father's back with a complicated glance. On one hand, Mordred knew that this had always been her father's character. He wasn't a man who took kindly to others looking down on him. But, by the same token, over the years, he had begun to somewhat allow others to trample over him. It seemed as though Arthur was overly prideful, but hadn't he allowed the church and the thoughts of the nobles to dictate his own thoughts for a long time? There was no doubt that he had been hypocritical in this aspect in the past, but now, he managed to hold his head high even after choosing to submit to the Empire. This was in stark contrast to the him of the past. It even brought a smile to Mordred's face before she could even reel it back in. It was at that very moment that Aina suddenly collapsed completely. Aina! Mordred was shocked. She had been propping Aina up from the very beginning, so she immediately realized the change in the weight she had to uphold. When Aina could no longer support her own self, Mordred was at a loss because even she herself almost collapsed. What the hell is this weight? This girl. Mordred sent a glance toward Aina's great sword and the massive curved box on her back. This was a level of weight that even a 3-star Grand Knight wouldn't be able to carry around, let alone do battle with. What the hell was this little girl thinking? Mordred took action immediately, doing her best to pry the sword out of her hands and the package off her back. But Aina's grip was so steely that Mordred found she couldn't budge it in the slightest. Aina's face flushed red before draining into a sickly pale color. Her breathing became short and somewhat hurried, her lips slightly parted. Mordred's eyes widened. Mordred hesitated. But, luckily, Arthur turned back in time to see his daughter's pleading gaze. Please heal her. Arthur's gaze became serious as he nodded. But, just when he was about to take action, the Empire's troops moved. I'm greatly disappointed by your choice, Arthur. Noah's black wolf stalked forward, the army to his back moving as one. I'll give you another chance. An oppressive aura surged out from Noah, a blue-bladed saber appearing in his hand. The moment it did, the black wolf beneath his feet collapsed, its spine snapping in half beneath the weight. Yet, Noah's steps didn't falter in the slightest, his aura only growing with an added bloodthirsty air. Arthur's gaze became serious as he turned back. But, no one expected for the situation at that moment to change once again. Hi! Beating war drums and blaring horns sounded from the distance. A woman with short hair, dressed in black robes accented by white flexible armor and wielding a massive 2-headed hammer stood at the helm of an army, her battle aura towering. Chapter 472. The battlefield was suddenly thrust into an unseemly situation. Camelot and the Demon Empire faced off against the Empire, but now there was White City who had suddenly inserted themselves into the mix. Arthur, Mordred and Noah could immediately tell with absolute certainty that this army of White Cities was much different than it had been in the past. Its aura was more oppressive, its momentum much more frightening, and the commander at its helm was on a completely different level. Noah's sharp gaze swept toward City Lord White's direction. They were still over a kilometer away, but by the time they broke out into a charge, it wouldn't even take a few minutes for them to cross over the final distance. Meralda. Yes, Empress. The moment Mordred called out, a succubus demon stepped forward. Take Aina to the back line. Take some help with you to carry her things. Meralda blinked in slight confusion. Did she really need help for this? But, her expression changed when Mordred passed over Aina's unconscious body. Succubi were known for their strong spirit pressure. But, as demons, they also had bodies stronger than the average human knight. And, Meralda in particular, was a hand-picked protector for the Demon Empress, so it wouldn't be a surprise if she was many times stronger than the average succubus. Yet, even she nearly collapsed. Without a choice, Meralda listened to her Empress' words and quickly shuttled Aina away with the help of several others. Aina's breathing continued to grow more erratic, her body becoming almost scalding to the touch. Despite the fact the temperature of Camelot was quite mild, her body billowed with steam as though she might erupt at any moment. Meralda wasn't sure what she could do about this. She wasn't a healer. All she could do was move Aina to the back line and hope the medical professionals could do something for her. Noah and Niall watched as Aina was being taken away, but they didn't say a word. This already wasn't a situation where they could continue to push their luck. Arthur's gaze narrowed. Their armies were currently facing Noah's. To face City Lord White, they would have to maneuver and shift their vanguard around, but doing such a thing was easier said than done. At the very least, Camelot didn't have such good military structure. In such a situation, even a well-disciplined army would face issues. To make matters worse, they had all just come out of a long, hard-fought battle. The battlefield itself hadn't even been properly cleared yet. This was completely unlike White City's previous pattern. Usually they would only levy one attack a day. It was clear in hindsight now that they had done this on purpose. The good was that this army seemed to only be built of 500 or so men and women. The bad news, however, was that not only were all their ground units riding mounts, but they also had an aerial unit of more than 50 men and winged beasts. The combined army of Camelot, the Demon Empire and the Empire numbered almost 3,000. But, White City wasn't made up of fools. Though it could be argued that the appearance of the Empire on this battlefield should be an unknown variable for White City, there was no way White City didn't have forward scouts, and, as such, it was equally impossible that they wouldn't already be aware of the Empire's presence. Yet, they chose to charge forward regardless. Arthur unsheathed his sword, causing a shimmering blade to dance beneath the high sun. Knights! On me! His roar shook the battlefield. Holy road! Arthur's spirit pressure surged as his knees bent. The land beneath his feet cracked as he rocketed forward, a road of golden light following him as he arched across the skies. In a single leap, he crossed into the no-man's land between Camelot's armies and White Cities. His actions spoke louder than words ever could. If the Empire still chose to attack them in situation, Camelot was all but finished. Noah watched this in silence, his gaze slowly shifting toward Mordred. But, it seemed as though Mordred didn't have any intention of taking the same actions as her father. She continued to face Noah, waiting for him to make a decision. Noah remained silent as though he couldn't feel the rumbling ground and the growing oppressive aura. Without a word, his slow charge toward Mordred shifted directions, cutting an angle across the battlefield and toward White City's charging presence. At that same moment, the remaining 6 knights of the Round Table reacted to Arthur's call. They had to give the demon army and Camelot's army enough time to change face. Empress. Mordred shifted her gaze away, looking toward Meralda who had come rushing back. What is it? Is the little girl all right? Yes, yes. I've already passed her along to the medical units. Then what is the problem? This. Meralda sighed. White City is also attacking for Provost's barony as well. I just received a voice transmission report, we're under siege. Mordred's jaw clenched. In truth, she didn't need to hear this report to know that this would happen. The moment the Empire came here, she knew that her empire was in danger. Though Mordred had returned home and regained a semblance of family, she couldn't just abandon the demons that had allowed her into their fold. The Demon Empire might not be her home anymore, but it was definitely theirs. A flicker of rage passed through Mordred's pupils. Did they really take her, the Demon Empress, so lightly? What's the situation? Your Majesty left Krakos in charge. He predicts that he can last about half a day before they have to retreat into the mountains once again. According to the report, there are at least 10 white knights on that battlefield. 10. Mordred's brow furrowed deeper. According to what they knew, there were only 16 to begin with. One of them had been killed by Lionel, so there was only 15. For 10 to be on that battlefield, it was clear that this was all planned out from the very beginning. The worst part of all of this was that it couldn't be forgotten that this moon was a sphere. If White City conquered the Demon Empire, it would be as good as gaining 2 footholds to demolish Camelot with. A dark aura surged around Mordred, causing Meralda to shiver. At that moment, Meralda's talisman glowed once again. Leave it to me, M. Mordred's rage suddenly dissipated with the wind. That voice, wasn't that Lionel? He was on the Provost's battlefield? Why was he there? Did he already predict this? Don't worry, I'll send them packing soon. Mordred could almost see Lionel's grin through the talisman, his air of confidence hanging palpably in the air. Chapter 473. Mordred hesitated, a slight air of guilt hanging around her. She knew, almost better than the man himself, how much Lionel cared about Aina. She felt like she should tell Lionel about Aina's current condition. But, at the same time, she knew that Lionel was about to do something foolish again. If he was distracted by other thoughts, his life would definitely be in more danger. Unfortunately, due to the fact Mordred hesitated, Lionel had already disconnected before she could make a final decision, leaving her at a loss. Empress. Meralda's call woke Mordred from her stupor. At that moment, Noah and Arthur were already about to clash with the front line of White City's army. Mordred's lost expression became steely, a baleful aura swirling around her. Vast amounts of dark elemental force surged, her black dress fluttering in the wind. Her slender fingers wrapped around a wand as her figure rose into the air. She walked toward the clouds as though the shadows were her stairway to heaven. If Lionel had been here, he would have recognized this ability as being near identical to Little Blackstar's own. Maybe it shouldn't be a surprise that the Demon Empress had become Shadow Sovereign. Whether or not she was a true Shadow Sovereign or not remained to be seen. But, what was most definitely true was that she had tapped into the same magic system as the Little Mink. Still, if the outside world knew that Earth had potentially produced two Shadow Sovereigns in the same generation, who knew how they'd react? Those that can fly, with me. Mordred's voice wasn't as booming as her father's. In fact, it carried the delicate touch of a woman. Yet, it felt no less imposing and grand. It felt as though her commands were irrefutable. At that moment, several demons with bat-like wings shot into the skies under the behest of their queen, tearing a path toward White City's aerial units. Though fatigue was clear in their demeanors, the strength their empress displayed gave them a second wind. They were prepared to follow her to the death. Meralda took several deep breaths on the ground, squeezing her long legs together tightly. Her expression seemed completely inappropriate for the occasion, but what else could you expect from a succubus? She licked her lips, watching Mordred's bottom sway as she stepped into the skies. The Empress is truly too enticing. These damned White City warriors, Meralda felt frustrated. She wanted nothing more than to ravage the Empress right then and there. But, with this battle underway, she had no ability to do so. It seemed that her only choice would be to wipe this army and their city lord out first. Demonic heralds of darkness, charge. Meralda's half-excited voice caused the blood of the male demons to surge, her hypnotic suggestion being several times more powerful now than they would be in any other situation. As though maddened beasts, the demons roared into the skies, their savage bearings clashing against White City's momentum. And then, the armies met. Are you sure that you can battle? Krakow's deep and oddly intellectual voice drifted to Lionel's ears. Huh? Lionel's head snapped up as though he had just woken from a nap. But, his reaction only made the number one demon lord even more anxious. Unlike what his confident voice had projected out before, the current Lionel was in a sorry state. He wasn't injured at all. In fact, his body didn't have a scratch on it. But, other than that, he looked terrible. Not only did he smell awful, something that was quite surprising to someone like Krakow's who had grown up around demons all his life, the bags beneath his eyes were so heavy that they almost formed new layers of skin all to their own. Rivaling even the worst demons in poor hygiene was one matter, but the young man couldn't even keep his eyes open. How exactly was he going to battle? It even seemed like he had sapped up all his remaining energy projecting that confident air to Mordred. After that, he had nothing left to give. Oh, yes, yes. Lionel nodded almost too slowly. Everything will be fine. Krakow's brow furrowed. At the moment, the demons had only one advantage, the terrain. Whereas Camelot, the Empire and Mordred's troops were currently fighting on endless plains, Krakos had made the decision to retreat to the first line of mountains between No Man's Land and the Demon Empire. But, even with this advantage, it might not be enough. According to the scouts, there were more aerial units coming. And, whereas the army led by City Lord White was only made of 500, this one numbered 2,000. They simply weren't properly equipped to deal with such a thing. Lionel's head nodded and he almost fell over before he caught himself, shaking his head awake again. Here. Lionel shoved a spatial ring at Krakos' chest. But, due to their difference in height, Lionel's hand landed on Krakos' abdomen instead. Take these and distribute one of each to the army. This. Krakos' expression changed after his internal sight swept throughout the ring. He was initially going to say something, but he was once again distracted by the state of Lionel's hands. If it wasn't for the fact he was sure Lionel was human, he would have thought that he was actually a zombie demon. Were these really the hands a healthy teenage boy should have? Krakos cleared his throat and peeled Lionel's hand off of his abdomen by pinching two of his fingers around Lionel's wrist. I know that you're a growing boy, but you should really take it easy on the extracurricular activities. Her Majesty has plenty of willing demonesses you can choose from that have quite a favorable impression of you. Lionel didn't even hear Krakos' words, his head nodding to sleep again before snapping awake. Huh? Yes, you're right, whatever. Lionel mumbled. Krakos sighed and walked away. Youths these days. Chapter 474. They've already retreated? An army of 2,000 strong marched forward. Despite the lack of enemies before them, their formation remained neat and organized. In fact, other than the unique sound of synchronized footsteps, the army had been completely silent until this point. At the helm of it all, the warrior who spoke wore black robes accented with white flexible armor. He rode on a scaled horse Lionel would easily recognize as the steeds Era and the other members of the Kefir family had been using when they first ran across him. Of course, the 10 individuals who headed this army were the White Knights of White City. Each of them rode upon one of these scaled horses, their demeanor stoic. It almost seemed out of place for any one of them to speak at all. Among them, 4 were women and the remaining 6 were men. They've likely retreated to the first line of mountains. Another White Knight replied indifferently. Where they've retreated to doesn't matter. Their death is imminent. The White Knights continued forward as though none of them had spoken a word to begin with. With barely a shred of communication, they shifted the direction the army was headed in, making a straight line toward the first line of defense. It was not even a couple hours later that the first line of mountains came into view for the White City army. Sitting atop a mountain peak, Lionel's head nodded to sleep every so often. Yip! Yip! The little mink lightly clawed at Lionel's face, waking him up. Oh. Are they here? Lionel asked. Lionel's gaze seemed somewhat sharper. Though the fatigue was still there, it seemed that he had at least rested his mind a bit. But, whether it would make much of a difference still remained to be seen. Lionel looked over the horizon. Though Camelot's lands had been dispelled of the perpetual rain, No Man's Land and the Demon Empire still had heavy dark clouds hanging over it, a very familiar light drizzle of acidic rain pitter-pattering ever so softly. From Lionel's vantage point, high up on a mountain peak, he could see the gray, cracked lands White City's army marched through. Lionel stood a bit too quickly, causing his head to spin. More than 30 hours of sleep wasn't enough? Lionel grasped onto his head, sighing lightly. It had technically only been 2 hours of sleep. But, split between his minds, thanks to dream sense, it should have been the equivalent of more than 30. Unfortunately, it seemed that Lionel had underestimated just how much time he would need for his mind to recover. This state should still be more than enough to deal with them. Lionel's gaze grew cold, a calculating indifference reflecting in his eyes. Hold. The acting commander of the White City troops held up a palm. She gazed calmly toward the looming mountains without an ounce of panic. Though they had been constantly sending cannon fodder to the battlefields up to this point, that didn't mean their elites were standing idly by. In fact, they had already thought through their plan of attack thoroughly. Facing this mountain, the acting commander, White Knight Ferulus, already had everything mapped out in her mind. However, the mark of a true commander wasn't so simple. Generals all began by studying the battles of their predecessors before they got the chance to come to the battlefield on their own. But, generals who restricted themselves based on what they had read on what were ultimately dead pieces of paper would be forever destined to not reach the pinnacle of warring masters. Ferulus immediately felt that something was off just by laying her eyes on the mountain. There were 3 paths up this mountain and there was no easy way to travel between them, at least not in large groups. The advantage of the demons was obviously being able to prepare in advance and having such great terrain to work with. But the advantage for White City was that the demons would have no idea which paths they would pick. The obvious choice for the demons, then, was to destroy 2 of the paths. Due to their narrow and not very safe to begin with structures, this task would have been very easy. This way, they would easily eliminate White City's first advantage by forcing them down a single path. This would have been the perfect plan. Destroying all 3 paths would have shot the Demon Empire in the foot as well. After all, they also needed a path out. So, 2 was the perfect balance of hurting the enemy while helping themselves. Of course, White City had already been prepared for this. As a counter, they had hidden mechanisms within their supply units that would actually allow them to fly over the mountains entirely and assault the palace from the skies. Though the mountainous structures appeared to be terrible from the outside, the location of the Demon Empress Palace was actually a flat of the mountainous land and, not unlike a castle, acted as its own city. But the problem was that the obvious action the demons should have taken by destroying the 2 paths hadn't been taken at all. From the outside, this seemed to be a good thing. It should have meant that their enemies were more foolish than they thought. But, was this really the case? According to their intelligence, the demons were no less intelligent than humans. In fact, even if they weren't, their empress was a human who should have easily been able to think of this. Could it be that they want to begin the battle on the next mountain range? Did they retreat further back than we assumed? Ferulus thought that there was a good possibility that this could be the case. After all, this initial mountain pass only led to the main mountain range the Demon Palace could be found. However, if this was the case, their plans would definitely be less effective as the palace would be heavily guarded. Compared to Camelot, the Demon Empire had many more aerial options available to them thanks to the variability of demonkind. Interesting. Ferulus's lip curled. Begin Phase 1. My troop, Roa's troop, Cannon's troop, and Borg's troop will not participate, we'll be going up the mountain on foot. Hi. White City's warriors got to work immediately, not doubting Ferulus's judgment despite the fact it went against everything they had prepared for. Soon, massive platforms that almost looked like enlarged hot air balloon baskets soared into the air, each carrying dozens of warriors beneath the beating wings of massive birds of prey. At the same time, Ferulus led a troop of the remaining 1,000 on the ground and toward the middle mountain pass, her heart thumping with a will for battle. Chapter 475. So that's their choice. Lionel watched this all happen from afar. It seemed odd that he could see things happening from tens of kilometers away so clearly, but it didn't seem like a problem for him in the slightest. Krakos, lead your men down the middle pass of the mountain. Lionel seemed to speak to empty air. There wasn't a single soul on the mountain peak except for himself. Yet, in the instant he spoke, Krakos' men had moved out under his command. There are 5 white knights in the group you're headed for. All 5 of them have strength surpassing your own, so be sure to follow my orders to a point. Ferulus thought that the demons were planning something secretive due to their odd actions, when the reality was that Lionel didn't have a large overarching plan. What he did have were many trump cards he was ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The first of these trump cards was Lionel's own personal force disruption towers. To everyone, including those of terrain, force disruption towers had become impossible to use. This only made sense. As the world evolved, the laws of physics that governed it would also fundamentally change. By the current age of technology, the pieces of engineering the people of Earth relied on were inextricably linked to concepts of chemistry, complex studies of physics and, even in some cases, biology. In such a case, as these laws changed, the technology created to make use of them also became useless. Unless Earth adapted to the new changes with new creations of technology every time they evolved, tech would only become more and more useless as time went on. However, Lionel wasn't restricted to Earth's technology at all. Just 2 or so months ago, Lionel had witnessed the engineers of Royal Blue Fort attempt to piece together a force disruption tower. Though they had failed to complete it in the end, Lionel had already taken note of all of the tower's pieces. With the level his mind had reached and the fact the towers were created based on third-dimensional constructs, memorizing everything with a glance was as easy as breathing for Lionel. After witnessing everything, it only became a matter of reverse engineering it all. However, even then, Lionel didn't need to go so far. What he needed wasn't a true working force disruption tower. After all, they had become nearly useless after Earth entered the fourth dimension. No, what Lionel needed was just a framework, a push in the right direction, a small light at the end of the tunnel. That would be enough to bring the warriors of White City hell. Fariolus led the vanguard through the mountain pass. Rock walls surrounded them from all directions almost as though they had entered a dark valley rather than a passage up a mountain. Though the passage was considered narrow, this was only in consideration for an army of 1,000 strong. The truth was that there was still 20 meters of clearance between the walls of the mountain pass. Still, with an army of this size, such a reality made quickly retreating almost an impossibility. But Fariolus wasn't a fool. She was already prepared for any unexpected situations. The reality was that whenever you were an army laying siege, losses would be inevitable. She entered this pass knowing very well that it might be a trap, but she was prepared to suffer whatever consequences might come with it. This was the philosophy of the White City Knights. They as commanders rode in the vanguard. They as commander took the brunt of the pressure on their shoulders. They as commanders would face all danger that came their way. It was this top-down philosophy that bred the fearless army of White City. When your commanders dared to lead the charge, what right did they as subordinates have to cower? Fariolus's gaze narrowed. The ground only shifted a bit, but she sensed it. Her sensitivity to such things was beyond normal limits, not only due to her experience as a commander, but most importantly due to her ability. This was the second reason she dared to enter this narrow passageway. Fariolus's ability made her exceptionally sensitive to vibrations through the ground. But what shocked her wasn't the fact there were vibrations, but rather that these vibrations were so normal. This rhythm, it could only come from an advancing troop. Fariolus internally sneered. It couldn't be that they wanted to meet on this battlefield, right? Had she really overthought it? Did the demons just overestimate themselves? Though the report said that the demons were just as intelligent as humans, it also said that they were quite hot-blooded as well. They may very well be like their City Lord White, but completely lacking in the strength City Lord White had. Still, though Fariolus thought this, she went on her guard, stopping the army at one of the many winding paths. This is the best location to meet them. The current location had the White City army still moving uphill, which put them at a slight disadvantage. But, in return, the bend in the path more than made up for this. The vast majority of people were right-handed. This was the case across the universe and across races. The position Fariolus chose to stop at gave those with a dominant right hand the advantage. But this was only a small part of the puzzle. The main reason Fariolus chose this location was because the demon army would have to curl around the path to meet them, whereas White City's army could meet them head-on. If the demons were really as hot-headed as they seemed, they would easily fall into this small trap. Fariolus pulled out a sword while unsheathing a dagger with her left. This was her in her optimal state. 1.5 meter length sword in her right and a short sword in her left. She had lost count of the number of enemies she had slaughtered with these two blades. They stopped. Fariolus's gaze narrowed. It seemed she was correct to be cautious. A battle intent exuded from her body. Without a single word, the warriors to her back felt her excitement, their blood beginning to boil as well. Activate it now. Lionel's expressionless voice shook Krakow's heart. Was this the same boy he had just been with? But, without hesitation, Krakow's gave the hand signal. In unison, the demons brandished their weapons, pouring all the force they could muster into them. In that instant, the quality of the air seemed to shift. The mountain pass gained an abnormal stillness. Charge! Lionel commanded. A long distance away, in a military recovery tent on the Camelot battlefield, Aina tossed and turned, her breathing short and ragged. Strong pulsing veins coursed through her body, bulging throughout her neck. The military tent soared past 100 degrees Celsius and seemed to still be climbing. Chapter 476. City Lord White held a combat prowess those of Earth had simply never seen before. If it wasn't for Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, Noah and Jessica all surrounding her at once, it felt like she could solo the entire battlefield on her own. Yet, even with so many working together, she didn't seem to be even slightly disadvantaged. In fact, she even held the upper hand, her strength causing the skies to tremble and the earth to quake. City Lord White swung Clara with a single hand, sending King Arthur flying backward. Arthur's feet dug a deep pit in the ground, his body sinking down into a strong horse stance as he held Excalibur across his body. City Lord White's irises glittered somewhat. She was inwardly shocked, not because of the strength of the enemies she faced, but rather because of the quality of their weapons. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a fledgling world to have such powerful weapons. Their weakness should also come with an appropriate lack of resources. Yet, this wasn't the case at all. In fact, if it wasn't for White City being severely outclassed in weaponry, this war might have come to an end long ago. Just as an example, there was the sword in Arthur's hands. It shouldn't have been able to survive even a single strike from her before shattering. Yet, not only did it not show any signs of collapsing, it was even faintly putting pressure on her double-headed weapon. As though that wasn't bad enough, there was Arthur's white armor. Though City Lord White wasn't a weapons expert, she could still tell that Arthur's armor reinforced his force and deflected almost 10% of her attacks. If it wasn't for her sturdy build, City Lord White would have suffered a great deal. If it was just Arthur, things might have been fine. But, there was still Noah's saber and Jessica's whip. In fact, even the Knights of the Round Table all had weapons and armor superior to her own. This was especially the case for Lancelot and his golden lance. It felt that if she was even a little careless, she would be pierced all the way through. On terrain, such weapons simply didn't exist. Though worlds could have heirlooms they passed down at this quality, and, being in her position, City Lord White would definitely be in position to have one such weapon, it had to be remembered that Terrain was deemed as a world without talent. As a result of this, Terrain never received the support of higher dimensional worlds and as such never received rewards for their zones. The only benefit of clearing zones for Terrain was helping their world to survive another day and maybe the training they could receive by putting their lives on the line. This was the reality of the world. There was no such thing as fairness. Terrain didn't receive the support of higher dimensional worlds because they weren't talented. By the same token, these higher dimensional worlds had no obligation to help Earth either. Like this City Lord White faced enemies with Tier 9 black and quasi-bronze treasures all around while she herself only wielded a Tier 7 black treasure she treated like her own child. Yet, despite the situation, a maddening grin hung across her attractive face. Her slender arms bulged with strength it shouldn't have, blasting another 2 Knights of the Round Table away. Come. Show me more. I haven't bled in a long time, can you let me see the color of my blood? City Lord White's laughter rang throughout the battlefield. Her voice was like a beacon in the darkness for her men, constantly fueling their momentum. How could their blood not boil? Even when so many faced their commander at once, they were simply no match for her. Noah brandished his blue-bladed saber. If those who weren't aware of his abilities saw him now, they would be stunned. Normally, Noah was just around 2 meters tall. But now, he stood at over 5, his body exuding the valiant air of a god descended from the skies. His blade increased in size with him, swinging down at City Lord White with a might that made the wind tremble. Good. City Lord White flicked her wrist upward, easily deflecting Noah's saber as though it was no heavier than a feather. She reset herself, looking to swing at and shatter Noah's knee, but Jessica reacted quickly, causing several demonic beasts to pounce at the City Lord. However, City Lord White's sinister grin only grew wider. As though it put no pressure on her wrists at all, she easily shifted her aim with a thought, shattering the skulls of 3 beasts with a single flicker. Noah felt as though his arm was about to shatter beneath the she-devil's counterattack. His ability wasn't as simple as gigantification. He could increase the size of his body and any object he so chose, but he could also control density along with this ability. Everyone knew that volume increased by a cubic while surface area increased by a square. This meant that there was a limit to how large the human body could become before it collapsed in on itself. However, Noah could bypass this by increasing the density of his bones several-fold at will. Even making his bones as strong as diamond wasn't impossible with his current ability. In the future, making himself as durable as a 4th-dimensional or higher metals would just be a thought away. This was all to say that Noah could make his own weight increase to an inconceivable degree, and he would also be able to proportionally increase his muscle density to have the strength to back it up. Yet, City Lord White deflected it all with a flick of her wrist. At that moment, King Arthur dug himself out of the trench he had slid back in, charging back toward City Lord White with the same valiant air. Golden lights surged around his body, dancing along with his blade as he cleaved forward. City Lord White's laughter sounded as she sent him flying once more. In the blink of an eye, she appeared amidst the Knights of the Round Table, forcing them to quickly defend themselves. But the result was only to be expected. Blood flew from their lips as they were sent flying. City Lord White shot forward, appearing before King Arthur, her double-headed hammer already swinging downward, a manic laughter hanging in the air. King Arthur's visage remained stoic, slamming a palm into the ground and flipping out of the way. However, City Lord White's nimbleness was beyond his comprehension. With a twist of her wrist, her target changed like flowing water, aimed right for King Arthur's head. Arthur's gaze sharpened, the scent of death hanging over him. He could almost feel the Grim Reaper whispering into his ears. With the quickest movements he could muster, he rose Excalibur to his face, trying to block it. City Lord White's laughter didn't pause for even a moment. She could almost smell the blood spraying into the air. It was at that moment that a strong surge of magic shook the battlefield. A shield of ice quickly formed in the path of City Lord White's hammer, causing it to slow and pause just for a moment before being shattered. By then, King Arthur had already taken advantage of the opportunity to dodge out of the way, City Lord White's hammer just scraping a hair's breadth from his head. In the distance, the blue eyes of Queen Guinevere shone like 2 sparkling sapphire gems. The Queen of Camelot had stepped onto the battlefield for the first time in decades. Chapter 477. Queen Guinevere's spirit pressure seemed to make the skies bow down. It was only at this moment that the people of Camelot and the Demon Empire realized that the strongest mage of Camelot wasn't the Pope, nor was it Arthur, nor was it even Mordred. It was the Queen of the People. Guinevere Pendragon. Ho ho. Good. The more, the merrier. City Lord White's laughter continued, brandishing her hammer to smash toward King Arthur again as though she hadn't sensed Guinevere's presence in the least. Sharp, icy wind spun around the queen, her black hair rapidly becoming coated in a thin layer of ice. In an instant, her tan skin and black hair became as white as snow, her eyes becoming such a pale shade of blue that they too seemed to become white. Several javelins of ice formed to her back, shattering the sound barrier as they shot forward. The mages of Camelot immediately reeled in shock. They couldn't wrap their minds around how the queen displayed such prowess without her wand. At that moment, City Lord White became more serious. She wasn't a well-informed person. All she knew was battle. If it wasn't related to brandishing her hammer, she didn't want to hear about it. But, what she did have were instincts honed over countless years of endless battle. So, though she didn't know the name of the exact innate force node Queen Guinevere had awakened, she knew that it couldn't be a weak one. Ha! City Lord White swung her hammer toward the incoming ice javelins. The shattering of ice resounded through the battlefield, gorgeous snowflakes wildly fluttering at the point of contact. Under the astonished gazes of many, City Lord White took a single step back. Though it was just one, it filled King Arthur and the others with fighting spirit. This wild she-devil had finally shown a weakness. In the skies, Mordred finally sighed a breath of relief. When Arthur almost died, she felt her heart seize. She never thought that she would have such a strong reaction to the almost death of her father. It seemed that blood was truly thicker than water. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to come down from the skies. If she let the aerial units of White City run rampant, this battle would be over as soon as it started. Luckily, her mother had come to the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, King Arthur would never allow her to. In fact, the only reason he allowed Mordred to battle at all was because he didn't really have a choice. After all, she was the ruler of the demons. If she wasn't here, who would take command of them exactly? There was a reason Leonis couldn't be found on the battlefield. Guinevere's appearance caused the landscape of the war to shift once again. City Lord White was constantly placed on her back foot, her hammer deflecting Guinevere's barrage of ice javelins. Guinevere's ranged assault put even Lionel to shame. To be able to put so much power into each strike, it was well beyond anything the current Lionel could do. It was hard to believe that Camelot still had such a trump card in the wings. It seemed that the awakening of Guinevere's ability made her powerful beyond belief. Taking advantage of Guinevere keeping City Lord White pinned down, the others began to act as well, pincering the City Lord from all sides. King Arthur activated Light Domain, sending a barrage of light projectiles towards City Lord White as well. Noah brandished his saber, using the openings Queen Guinevere created to send out strikes of his own. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though everything had flipped on its head. Even City Lord White's laughter seemed to have come to a grinding halt. However, those who assaulted her didn't seem capable of relaxing even for a moment. No, it wasn't that they weren't capable, but rather that they couldn't. City Lord White's laughter may have come to a close, but the look on her face sent shivers down all of their spines. Her grin became wider and wider, a sinister darkness cascading over her face. The solemn atmosphere of the battlefield seemed to grow several-fold. It was as though City Lord White's lack of laughter was even more of a sign than her actual laughter had been. And, the only ones who seemed to be in the dark about this were the experts locked in battle with her. Good. 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 Now, I can finally go all out. In the distance, Naya watched on, a clipboard being hugged against her chest. She shook her head, lamenting the state of things. It would have been better if they were too weak, at least then City Lord wouldn't truly go berserk. Naya sighed. How will we reel her in this time? Naya began to rack her brain. As far as she was concerned, this battle was as good as over. She only hoped that her City Lord didn't sink too far in this time. Blood. 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 City Lord White's cry almost manifested like a banshee's. It was a shrill shriek that could cause one's blood to curdle and one's heart to stop. At that moment, City Lord White's short hair suddenly began to wildly grow. In the blink of an eye, it became like a river of crimson floating in the air. What was even more shocking, though, was the change to her eyes. In a moment, the whites of her eyes became a blood red, while her irises became a murky gray. No matter how one looked at her, she looked like a demon incarnate. But, as though to ensure those who didn't think so saw through to the truth of the situation, corpses from all around the battlefield trembled. Then, in the blink of an eye, they were completely drained, streams of blood from their dead bodies shooting into the air and pouring into City Lord White's hair as though to nurture it. Blood. 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 City Lord White's laughter once again sounded, but this time, it felt as though 3 women were laughing at once, then it was 4, then 5. Very soon, it was impossible to tell that they were women at all. When everyone realized what was happening, their eyes widened in shock. It wasn't City Lord White's laughter anymore at all. In fact, other than the mad grin on her face, City Lord White's mouth didn't open at all. The laughter, it was coming from the blood. It was the voices of the dead piercing through the veil of the living as though to remind them all not to forget. City Lord White shot forward, her speed more than triple what it had been before. In less than a breath, she appeared before Lancelot, her hammer swinging forth. Lancelot reacted as quickly as he could, piercing forward and up with his lance. But, a vibrant red glow that pulsed like a beating heart appeared on City Lord White's hammer as it smashed downward. At the instant of contact, Lancelot felt pain like he never had before. The bones in his legs collapsed in on themselves, what remained of his knee piercing through his skin in gruesome fashion. All the strength he had accumulated seemed to be no better than a child swinging with all their might at an adult. In all his life, Lancelot had never felt so weak, nor had he ever suffered through such pain. Lancelot! Arthur, Guinevere and the Knights of the Round Table all shouted in rage at once. But, City Lord White's laughter was like a melodious tune being plucked to their suffering. At that moment, within a military healing tent, the temperature had already skyrocketed past 200 degrees Celsius. The heartbeat of the young girl had grown so loud that it could be heard even outside the flapping curtains. It was in that instant that her eyes shot open, reflecting a blinding golden light. Blood, the voice was soft, but it seemed to reach the ears of every person on the battlefield. Chapter 478. A year ago Aina stood from her seated position, power she had never felt before coursing through her veins. She had already expected that the blood of a fifth-dimensional creature would give her a massive boost to her strength, but she was still somewhat surprised that it allowed her to directly shatter the barrier to the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension was different from the third. It could be said that both planes of existence laid a foundation, but the method in which they did so was much different. In order to understand what this difference was, it had to be known that the minimum requirement for passing down a lineage factor was being in existence at the fourth dimension. Only upon gaining some mastery of this dimension would one reach the necessary threshold. The third dimension formed one's force nodes. The number one managed to form would remain unchanged, at least for the time being. This made one's success within the third dimension a direct predictor of one's success in the future. The fourth dimension built upon this foundation. Not only did one transition for third dimensional to fourth dimensional force, but one also began the process of body refinement. Though it seemed like dimensions were just power levels, this wasn't the case at all. When transitioning between dimensions, one was quite literally ascending to a new plane of existence. This was why the gap between dimensions was impossible to cross. The third dimension allowed one to create fourth-dimensional constructs within one's body, the force nodes. While the fourth dimension was the process of dispelling what impurities remained of the third and fourth dimensions to allow a smooth transition into the fifth dimension. At the fifth dimension, this was where the true powerful existences of the dimensional verse began to appear. As such, there was one main goal of the fourth dimension, to purify. Whether that be the blood, the bones, the organs. Everything needed to be cleansed of filth lingering from lesser dimensions. Only by doing this would it be possible to ascend to a higher level of being. However, unlike the third dimension, there wasn't just one method of completing this requirement. In fact, the fourth dimension was where the numerous diverging paths of the dimensional verse truly began to shine. For someone like Aina, the path she would choose was very simple. With her ability, it only made sense to focus on her blood. The blood was the life liquid the remainder of the body relied on. There wasn't a single crevice one could find in the body where it wasn't a major player. And, thanks to Aina's affinities and her ability, this was also among the easiest paths for her to take. As for how the power level of the fourth dimension worked, this was much more straightforward. In order to transition from the use of third-dimensional force to fourth-dimensional force, the body had to be properly primed. Only by ridding oneself of these impurities would one be able to truly begin to use fourth-dimensional force. Upon reaching the first tier, one would be able to fill one of their force nodes with fourth-dimensional force. Upon reaching the second tier, one would be able to withstand the filling of two force nodes with fourth-dimensional force. So on and so forth. However, One can easily see from this how divisions might be caused due to one's level of success within the third dimension. Not only were the sizes of everyone's force nodes different, but even the amount of force nodes one formed weren't all consistently the same. This meant that two individuals who could be considered Tier 1 fourth-dimensional existences could be of vastly different strengths. And the effort they had to put in to reach this level would definitely vastly differ as well. But only upon reaching Tier 1 would one truly be considered a fourth-dimensional existence. As though all of this wasn't complicated enough, the universe seemed to hate making things neat and tidy. By now, those with sharp minds would have realized that though forming large force nodes and reaching the maximum level of 9 gave one an advantage, it would also be easy to realize that this didn't restrict one from continuing to purify one's body. Even if you only formed 3 force nodes and could already sustain fourth-dimensional force in them all, what was stopping you from continuing to refine and purify your body? For example, compared to Lionel, Ana's force nodes were much smaller, not even close to Lionel's 100-cell size. And, though she had managed to form 9 of them, her talent in energy manipulation was low due to her lack of talent with internal sight. Unfortunately, both of these things would be linked. However, compared to others, Ana's talent in refining her body were leagues beyond. Lionel could only rely on his lineage factor to match her in this regard. What did all of this mean? It meant that technically, one could have a poor showing and set a terrible foundation within the third dimension, yet still become an undefeatable existence within the fourth dimension. Ana was one such person. Though her foundation within the third dimension couldn't be considered to be bad, it wasn't among the very best either. However, her talent for growth within the fourth dimension was beyond what most could fathom. In fact, without having spent even a single minute within the fourth dimension, Ana had already cleared the requirements to be considered a Tier 2 fourth-dimensional existence. Of course, this was mostly in thanks due to the abyssal panther blood she just ingested. That said, how many others could ingest fifth-dimensional blood in the third and live to tell about it? Ana flexed her body, basking beneath the popping of her joints. Other than the discomfort her inflamed scars were bringing her, she had never felt more at ease in her life. Her blood thrummed and her heart gave out long and steady beats. She felt as though she could shatter the world with a single fist. It's time for me to find a path out of here. Though Tier 2 fourth-dimensional strength is good, they were at least at Tier 4 or 5 in strength. Ana's Tier 2 strength was likely worth more than a usual Tier 3 existence on terrain due to the size of her force nodes. Though she couldn't compare to Lionel, that didn't mean she lost out to those with such poor talent. But, leaping over any more would be troublesome, at least when she was facing so many of them at once. Plus, there were other factors to strength than just one's base powerful level like styles and embryos. Ana still needed to train herself more. So, she traveled deeper into the cave, not knowing a thing about the horrible experience that lied in wait for her. Chapter 479. The people of terrain say that the Mountain Sands Range was a forbidden zone. It gained its name because, according to legend, the deeper one traveled into this mountain range, the more difficult it became to leave. Unfortunately, when she entered this mountain range, Ana had no idea about this. Due to her hasty teleportation, rather than being sent to a proper city like Lionel had, she appeared in the wilderness where she just so happened to stumble across a variant zone. Due to the nature of a variant zone, Ana managed to claim rewards despite her competitors being several times more powerful. But this made her escape all the more difficult. Without a choice, she charged into the mountain range and eventually managed to find this network of tunnels. Knowing it wasn't safe to go back the way she came, believing that those 3 heirs were still chasing her, Ana instead decided to find a secluded location to break through. Now, she was hoping to find an alternate exit. Unlike Lionel, Ana didn't have perfect recall, nor did she have a powerful mind. This wasn't to say that she wasn't intelligent, but rather that she wasn't as much of a monster in this regard as compared to Lionel. After all, Lionel's mind could probably put a supercomputer of the 25th century to shame. Without a choice, Ana could only travel forward slowly, leaving marks on the walls of the caves traveled through to remind her of where she had been and whether she was traveling in circles or not. Luckily, Ana had the small sword she gained from the variant zone. It was much more convenient to use than her massive axe on in such small quarters. Author's note: yes, small sword. Note that Aina's great sword has not appeared yet at this point. By now, Aina had long since placed her sensory-boosting headpiece on. Before, she had been hesitant to do so. Compared to Lionel, she was much more informed about the situation of other worlds. So, she was very much aware how much of a draw a quasi-bronze treasure could be. As such, she hid the fact she had one while within the variant zone. But now that she had become the enemy of those three anyway, even if she ran into them now, it wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, the blood of a fifth-dimensional entity could be considered about equal to a quasi-bronze treasure. In fact, to the right person, it would be even more valuable. The force is getting denser. Aina's brows raised, a faint excitement in her heart. If force was increasing in the direction she was walking, it was very likely that there could be treasures lying in wait. It wasn't rare for such ancient networks of caves to have untapped mines. Aina continued to mark the walls she came across with arrows, maintaining her caution. Usually, the most sensitive creatures to shifts in force density weren't humanoids but rather beasts and invalids. Though invalids only cared about devouring humans, beasts were different. Whether it was humans or resources, they would be interested in both. It wouldn't be a surprise if a beast called this place home. As Aina approached the location of the increased force density, she heard a faint scratching noise that caused her steps to freeze. Though Aina's senses weren't very powerful, thanks to her strong body, what she did have was great hearing and eyesight. In fact, after absorbing the abyssal panther's blood, her ability to see in the darkness was no worse than her ability to see in the light, which was very helpful in this dark environment. There's something up ahead, Aina crouched, slinking forward as though she truly was a panther. The light in her amber eyes seemed to dim toward a darker hue and gained a more feline look to them. Her black hair melded into the darkness as she quickly darted forward, making it to the small branching pathway the noise was coming from. After peeking inside, Aina was stunned by what she saw. An invalid. Aina's heartbeat quickened slightly before she forced it to enter another slow and calming rhythm. She was well aware that any invalids that managed to survive this long on a world that had long since gone through its metamorphosis wasn't an existence she could look down upon. But, at the same time, such invalids would leave behind great stores of energy. Whenever an invalid was killed, they would become the purest globule of force imaginable. When this was absorbed, it would be a great boon to a body. The stronger the invalid was, the greater the benefit would be as well. The only unfortunate thing, or maybe fortunate in this case, was that Terrain was a world without much talent. Though invalids that survived this long would indeed be powerful, they still had a limit on just how powerful they could become. Invalids had an exceptionally difficult time traveling between worlds for obvious reasons. So, if all they could devour were low-talent humans, they'd be equally as pitiful. Aina brandished her sword, prepared to strike at any moment. What is it scratching and claw at? Aina had never seen an invalid act in this way. They would usually be placid and without emotion. Their only goals in life was to devour other humans and evolve themselves. Something like an invalid being so interested in a wall was unheard of, even if said wall had a treasure lying behind it. Aina shook her head and removed all distracting thoughts. Invalids were incredibly sensitive to force, so she didn't dare to use it. But, with her strength, especially after tempering her blood once, she didn't need to. Just a single strike to the head. That would be enough to make sure this invalid never saw the light of day again. Aina's thighs flexed, her body crouching like a strung bow. Bang! The invalid froze, its scratching coming to a stop when it heard the noise. But, Aina had already appeared to its back, aiming a blade at the back of its skull. At that moment, the invalid's head suddenly spun 180 degrees, its placid white eyes locking onto Aina's approaching blade. Aina felt something grab at her heart as though trying to fill her with fear. But, her blade never stopped, shooting through the invalid's skull in the next instant. The invalid's forehead was split by Aina's blade, but its eyes remained locked onto Aina as its life force dimmed. But, just as it was about to fade into motes of light, its jaw went slack, hanging open at an awkward angle as though a wooden puppet with a loose screw. And then, it screamed. The sound was so loud that Aina felt her eardrums shatter. But she didn't have the time to linger on the pain in the slightest. She felt that this scream hadn't been a normal scream, it was a signal and she was the subject of the information being sent. Chapter 480. Aina pulled her sword out quickly. She didn't quite understand what was happening. Shouldn't invalids be creatures of instinct? They shouldn't have any intelligence or sense of camaraderie. Something like signaling one's allies was a distinctly human trait. Sometimes beasts of higher intelligence would engage in such matters as well. But, invalids? That should never happen. It didn't become energy. Aina was shocked once again. The invalid before her collapsed, but it didn't disappear into energy she could absorb. Just what was happening? Aina's heart seized. Did she make a mistake? Was it not an invalid at all? No, that was impossible. Its eyes, its aura, its demeanor, it all screamed invalid. So, what was happening exactly? Aina didn't believe that she would make such a rookie mistake. Plus, what existence other than an invalid could shriek like that even after having its head pierced through? Aina was certain, it hadn't been a shriek of pain or unwillingness. It had no emotion behind it all, it was completely hollow and without conscience. I need to move. Aina thrust these thoughts to the back of her mind, taking a glance at the wall the invalid had been scratching at. If Lionel had been there, he would immediately recognize the Tier 5 black ore embedded into the wall. It wasn't very valuable, but it wasn't worthless either. At the very least, it could sell for a couple kilograms of black herb Oregon. I don't have time to dig it out and it doesn't seem like a very high level ore either. Aina nodded to herself. Run. Without hesitation, Aina turned tail and ran. She felt it was unfortunate that she had placed herself in such a difficult situation for such a worthless or she couldn't even mine, but there was no time to cry over spilt milk. Aina shot back in the direction she came. She knew she didn't have enough time to run and create new markings on the wall. And, if she got lost in these tunnels, there would be no one to come out and save her. Therefore, her best chance was to follow her arrows in reverse. If that screech was really as signal as she thought, then it likely meant that there were more invalids on their way. If she was correct, then her arrows wouldn't mean much if anything to them. With their low intelligence, she didn't need to worry about being followed. Aina rounded a corner with confidence, only to come to a grinding halt. There were 3 of them blocking her path, all of them with their backs facing her. But they all simultaneously rotated their heads in her direction as though they were nighttime owls. It was the kind of sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Aina hesitated, her jaw clenched. Should she go forward? Or run back? The former was the only way for her to continue following her arrows. But the latter would force her to forget her initial plans entirely. There was no way she would be able to keep a mental map of where she was going, and getting lost would be a near guarantee. This network of tunnels simply had too many diverging paths. If it wasn't for this, there was no way that Aina would only meet these invalids on her way back and never even sense them during her first trip down this passage. Aina grit her teeth. Forward. She knew that this was the best choice she had. If there were invalids on her way back, that only meant that she had been very lucky not to run into them on the way here. If that was the case, there might very well be even more if she headed in deeper rather than trying to exit. Her only way out of this situation was to leave this network of tunnels entirely. Aina's blood began to boil, a faint red hue covering her blade and her body. With a thought, she shot forward, brandishing her blade. The 3 invalids reacted all at once, but their reactions seemed disjointed. Though they were as fast as 4th-dimensional humans, their joints would often bend at odd angles as though they were double-jointed in all areas. They moved less like humanoids and more like some alien species just learning how to walk on their own 2 feet thanks to bodies they had snatched. The sight sent a cold shiver down Aina's back, but this was a good thing for her. The less coordinated they were, the greater chance she had of leaving this place. With a sweep of her blade, one lost an arm and a leg in quick succession. Without even bothering with the remaining two, she shot by the gap she created after the invalid toppled over, nearly hitting her head on the ceiling of the cave as she soared by them. Aina pumped her legs as quickly as she could, no longer minding the noise she might make. As long as the invalids she came across continued to be so uncoordinated and slow, she just had to continue running with all her might. She rounded several corners, almost lamenting her previous actions. Why couldn't she have traveled in a straight line before? What possessed her to take so many turns? Aina ran into several more invalids. Many were alone, allowing her to easily bypass them. But a few came in groups of 2 and 3. Still, it wasn't beyond her means of dealing with. However, she grew more anxious the more she ran. How were there so many invalids here? Why did none of them become motes of light? Why were they all acting so weirdly? She couldn't fathom how there were so many here. The more she ran into, the more she began to question how she had traveled so deeply without running into even a single one. Damn it. Aina rounded another corner, only to run into several more invalids. But this time, they numbered almost a dozen. Their odd interactions continued. As though they couldn't sense their comrades by their sides, they all tried to squeeze into the narrow tunnel at once. They pushed against each other, shifting to their sides as they continued to press forward. It should have been a comedic sight. Some of the invalids had their cheeks pressed flush against one another, others even had their noses squished as though they couldn't kiss each other deeply enough. But their emotionless gazes and their indifferent expressions sent a shiver down one's spine. It was as though they would stop at nothing until they devoured Aina. Aina clenched her teeth. She was so close. She could feel it. It had only taken her half an hour to travel as deeply as she did, but she had already been sprinting with all her might for almost 5 minutes. She knew that she must be closing in on the exit. But, just when she had been, 11 invalids completely blocked her path forward. Continue. Aina wanted to press forward. She just had to get past this line and she would be free. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Just when she took a step forward, she saw another wave of invalids coming between the cracks of the 11 that had squeezed themselves together. If they combined into one, their numbers would exceed 20. Aina's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. Without a choice, she shot into a diverging path, knowing full well that she was now lost. Chapter 481. The situation only seemed to continuously spiral more and more out of control. Without any direction, Aina continued traveling down the path of least resistance. What point was there in battling many invalids if she was no longer on the right path anymore to begin with? All she could do was try to head in the general direction she had aimed for in the very beginning, but without a map, compass, or strong sensory abilities, Aina was practically flying blind. Though she felt like she was headed in the right direction, for all she knew, by now, she was already headed in the complete opposite. The headpiece Aina wore that almost took the shape of a loose crown on her head did have a strong boost to her abilities. But it was multiplicative, not additive. Since Aina's senses were weak to begin with, the effect of the treasure wasn't as great as it would be to someone with true sensory abilities. However, it was still very helpful in clearing Aina's mind. Despite the situation, she managed to remain calm, brandishing her sword toward her enemies and maintaining a steady control over her heart rate and stamina. She didn't know how long she would have to run and hide. But, what she did know was that since the density of invalids could so quickly increase, it could very likely decrease back to what it once had been. She just had to keep running toward where the least of them appeared. As long as she ran for long enough, she felt she could finally break out of this encirclement. From her interactions with the invalids, their lack of intelligence was clear. She didn't believe that they would know to expand their encirclement to find her. Still, the situation just seemed off. Why did that invalid scream? Why were they acting so weirdly? In fact, to now, none of the invalids had even used their abilities. One of the most dangerous things about invalids should have been the unpredictable methods by which they made use of their powers. Yet, not a single one had taken advantage of this. Also, now that Aina thought about it, another hallmark of invalids, especially low-level ones, were failed mutations. They often had extra body parts or an odd assortment of a normal number of limbs. But, all of these invalids looked normal. It was a silly thing to say considering their odd disjointedness. But, compared to normal invalids, these ones looked almost too human. They had no odd mutations to speak of in the slightest if one wasn't thinking about their double-jointedness. Aina had no choice but to continue running for her life. But, the situation only seemed to become more odd even as the density of force continued to skyrocket. Soon, Aina even felt as though the air quality was increasing and the quantity of oxygen was rising. Immediately, she understood what this meant. Aina had entered the network of tunnels from a mountain peak she had climbed to. Obviously, so high up, the oxygen density had plummeted. The only reason oxygen would be increasing was if she was headed down. It was at that moment that Aina realized she truly was lost. She thought she had been heading in the general direction of her exit all this time, hoping that she would run back into a path where she could find her drawn arrows again. But, reality was cruel. She had ended up going in the complete opposite direction. Aina steeled her jaw, her gaze becoming icy. It no longer mattered. This wouldn't be the place she died. With a swing of her blade, another two invalids had their heads pierced through. She had too many things she needed to do, she had no intention of earning herself a nameless grave. With a flip in her mindset, this endless maze of tunnels and invalids became nothing more than another challenge Aina needed to cross. Every time her footsteps faltered or her arms grew tired, her resolve would be the light that burned brighter than everything else. Aina severed the arm of another invalid, her breathing ragged. She sidestepped its uncoordinated attempt to swipe at her, lopping off another head. A light? Aina rounded another corner, only to find a faint red light ahead. It spilled out from several diverging paths, making it difficult to tell just where the source of it was or if there were multiple different sources to begin with. Aina's chest heaved as she stepped over the corpse of the invalid before her. Though she wasn't sure if this would lead to more danger or not, in these monotonous tunnels, such a change was welcome. Even if there was more danger, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Aina felt that unlike the invalids she had come across before, these ones in particular seemed to share a purpose outside of devouring humans. If that was the case, then something had to be controlling them. If Aina could find and kill this person or thing, she may very well have an easier time finding a path out of here. With resolute steps, she made her way toward the brightest of the red lights, hoping this pathway carried the main source. She rounded another corner, cautiously making her way forward. A new invalid hasn't appeared in a while, Aina's chest grew tighter. In the past, she hadn't been able to travel even 50 meters without coming across another invalid. But now she had traveled several hundred without even hearing a single one. Aina's steps subconsciously slowed, her grip around her sword growing tighter as the red lights around her grew stronger. The crimson hue rebounded across the dark-walled cave, making some of the moisture clinging to it look no different from dripping blood. Aina stepped through another corridor, finding herself facing an opening to an open space. But, it was difficult to see clearly through the bright red light. After so long in perpetual darkness, the sudden increase in intensity blinded her for a moment. However, before Aina could even care to about her blurred vision, her hair stood on end, her instincts screaming at her to run. Without hesitation, she spun on her heel, looking to charge out. But, it was at that moment that a lazy voice speaking in a language she couldn't understand drifted to her ear. At least, that should have been the case. She wouldn't have understood had it not been for the added functionality of her jeweled headpiece coming into effect. "You've come such a long way, why leave now?" A shiver crawled up Aina's back. The voice was so soothing, it felt as though a devil was lingering over her shoulder, whispering sweet temptations to her. As though something was compelling her, Aina's body slowly turned back. Against her will, her feet moved, shuffling forward. She grit her teeth so hard that blood began to leak from her gums. But, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to make a difference. Aina crossed through the opening, her eyes finally adjusting to the scene before her. However, what she saw left her feeling so disgusted she almost dry heaved. It was a dinner table that extended dozens of meters. It was completely out of place in such a location. But, it was what was on this dinner table that turned Aina's stomach inside out. Everywhere she looked, bits and pieces of human flesh could be found. Some were bones, some were beating hearts and trembling organs, there were even corpses that were only torso or others that were headless. At the helm of this table, a man sat with an indifferent expression, a head on the plate before him and a fork and knife in hand. With a single motion of his wrist, his knife slid through the head's skull as though it was no tougher than butter. Did you have fun playing with my creations? Chapter 482. Aina's body continued to walk forward completely out of her control. Before she could even grasp what was happening, she was sitting to the right of the man, her body trembling uncontrollably. No matter how hard she fought back, she couldn't seem to break free. Aina clenched her jaw, her head raising to look the man in the eye. The situation was far outside of her expectations. She sat no more than 1.5 meters from a man she was certain could take her life with a thought. But, what was even more astonishing was the fact this wasn't a man at all. When Aina met the man's gaze, she finally noticed the familiar white irises, flickering with indifference. There was no doubt, this was an invalid, a true invalid, a variant invalid. Aina's heart lost control of any sense of rhythm, accelerating to the point it seemed it might fly from her chest at any moment. The man's wrists never stopped, slowly cutting the head before it in half. Grotesque white and red liquid spilled outward, pooling around the severed neck and almost overflowing the plate. Aina's stomach rolled as the invalid brought the fork to its mouth. Somehow, the immaculate table manners it displayed made the scene several times more difficult to watch. The dichotomy of stateliness and stomach-churning sights made one's head spin. No comment? The invalid finished chewing and spoke these words. It wiped its lips with a pristine white cloth despite the fact there wasn't a speck of impurity on its face. It seemed completely at ease. When I sensed that there was someone who had actually chosen to come to me after all these years, I assumed that you would be powerful. But, I didn't think that you would be such a fledgling. I guess as the saying goes, the ignorant fear nothing, The invalid smiled lightly. To anyone who didn't know better, it was quite the dazzling smile. All the practice Lionel put in couldn't match to even half the charm the male invalid was currently projecting. Yet, Aina only felt more disgust. Unfortunately, as much as she wanted to look away, she couldn't. As for the words the invalid was speaking, Aina didn't spare them much of a thought. She wasn't aware of how dangerous this region was before she entered. Had she would likely understand more of the male invalid's surprise. It had quite literally been centuries since the last time anyone had come to this mountain range willingly, let alone to the point of entering its home and traveling so deeply into its lion's den. The invalid's words suddenly paused, its strong bridged nose tilting up in the air. It took a deep sniff, its gaze stirring with the first hint of emotion Aina had seen from it. This smell, the male invalid leaned forward. Aina fidgeted in her seat, trying to maintain distance, but her movements were completely out of her control. Her body trembled violently even to the point where the chair she sat on almost collapsed. However, it was all meaningless. The nose of the male invalid brushed by Aina's hair and almost touched her neck. It took a pause as though it was appreciating the scent of roses, completely unbothered by Aina's near breakdown. Having an invalid so close, Aina, too, could smell it. One would have thought that the sensation was akin to being near a rotting corpse, but in Aina's opinion, it was far worse than that. It felt as though she was standing next to a pile of shit. But, upon that pile of shit, one had poured the strongest and most invasive perfumes all over the top of it. It was far worse than just a rotting corpse, far worse than someone trying to replace a shower with deodorant, far worse than any olfactory assault Aina had ever faced before. What a nice scent. The male invalid didn't move from Aina's hair for a long time. It was as though it couldn't sense her squirming in the slightest. It's the scent of a delicacy, the kind of scent that shouldn't appear on this forsaken world. I understand now, you aren't from terrain, no wonder, no wonder. The male invalid pulled back, but at that moment, Aina's hands began to move against her will. From her sides, they were pulled up until they were pressed palms side down on either side of the plate before her. It was only at that moment that Aina saw what sat in front of her. The brain sat there, its numerous folds slowly collapsing on its own weight. After being exposed to the air for so long, it started to experience some discoloration, turning into a deeper purple-black. A pungent smell of blood and gore hung in the air as though trying to suffocate Aina. All the effort she was putting in toward trying to escape made her head swim. The foggier her mind grew, the more the scent seemed to hook into her body, dragging her down toward a bloody abyss. But it was at that moment that Aina's body froze. All her trembling ceased and even her heart seemed to stop beating completely. All of her senses focused on the subtle, soft feeling gliding across her fingers. Aina looked down her hands, her breathing hitching as she watched the male invalid slowly run the flat of its knife against her long, slender fingers. Fear gripped Aina's heart, her teeth rattling out of her control. I've never tasted an otherworlder before. I'm sure you understand. My kind isn't very well accepted, it's a bit sad, if you ask me. It's quite amusing, though. In every instance of human history, it was the majority that dictated the rules and wielded the power. So, have you ever asked yourself why it was that despite the fact the majority became like us, that we would still have to run and hide like this? It's interesting, don't you think? The male invalid continued to run its knife across Aina's fingers, seemingly enjoying the elasticity her youthful skin showed. Something about the way her skin bent beneath the weight of its knife and rebounded back once the blade moved away was quite mesmerizing to the variant invalid, but it was even more eager to know just what Aina might taste like. Chapter 483. The male invalid smiled lightly, pressing its knife just a bit more firmly into Aina's skin. Despite the fact it was still the flat of the blade, Aina's skin was left with a much deeper impression, taking several more seconds to rebound to its previous unblemished appearance. Aina's jaw clenched tightly, her gaze completely focused on the knife gliding across her hand. It was as though she would rather see everything through to the end than look away. As for the invalid's words, she hardly cared about them. Invalids represented failure. Even if they were the so-called majority, nothing would change that. Plus, unlike humans, invalids couldn't reproduce. They had no way of multiplying their numbers. As such, even if for a short moment they were indeed the majority, just how long would that last exactly? That said, it wasn't like there were no worlds where humans failed to weed out the invalid threat. In those cases, invalids would become the majority and take hold of the planet for themselves. But, the irony of it all was that while humans could evolve without invalids, the vice versa was not possible. In the cases where invalids won, the reality was that they in fact lost. Now trapped on a world without humans and without ability to travel to other worlds, they essentially reached their limit until the day the world was devoured by its zones due to lack of human presence. No matter how you looked at it, invalids were inferior in every way. Whether it was by the fact they failed to awaken their abilities or even up to the fact they were reliant on humans even now. You don't believe me? The male invalid blinked, a part dangerous, part amused light in its eyes. It seemed impossible to read its intentions, leaving Aina in a perpetually tense state. Her nerves stood on end, even the tiniest hairs on her arms standing erect. This reality quickly chipped away at Aina's mental fortitude. It made one worry if this was the true goal of the invalid all along. You humans have indeed always been like this. But then again, my people have their own issues. I try to tell them that they should control their impulses better, but they don't like to listen. The male invalid sighed, continuing to run its knife across Aina's fingers. They can't blame me for their own foolishness, right? I just turned them all into puppets so they could calm down a bit and bide their time properly. How are we ever going to show the humans who the true superior beings are if we can't do even that? The male invalid chuckled a bit. It looked up from Aina's hand only to find Aina looking toward it, her gaze carrying a fiery blaze. Maybe if looks could kill, the male invalid would have been diced into countless pieces by now. Interesting, interesting. The male invalid chuckled more deeply. Your mind is still clear after so long. It's rare for someone to last so long in my presence. Most minds would have collapsed by now. Let me guess, does it have something to do with that crown on your head? The male invalid reached a finger forward, trailing it across Aina's inflamed scars until he stopped at the gem that hung from her forehead. The feeling of having her scars poked and prodded at left Aina's body shaking even more fiercely than before, but her gaze remained defiant. At that moment, the sound of a knife meeting hardwood sounded. Blood flowed slowly, pooling across the table and dripping to the floor. Ah, oops. The male invalid clicked his tongue, shaking his head. He raised his knife back up, carefully cleaning the blood off its blade. After he was finished, he raised the bloodied cloth to his nose, inhaling a deep breath. Aina's fingers rolled from her hand freely, only to be stopped by the male invalid's plate. Veins bulged out from Aina's neck, but her gaze gained a new level of intensity. If only she could move, if only she could just move. This blood. The male invalid closed his eyes. When they opened once more, his gaze had earned a tinge of red. From his previously calm expression, it seemed as though he had lost all reason for a moment. You're a broodmother, the male invalid's face flushed with excitement. He displayed a level of emotion Aina had yet to see to this point. Its laughter rang through the underground space. It was so loud that the walls began to shake. How unexpected. How truly unexpected. Never would I have thought that I would have such a day. For me to meet such a treasure, the heavens are truly smiling down upon me. Ha ha ha. The male invalid stood, knocking over its chair and almost shattering the table before it. A towering erection pressed outward against the male invalid's robes and pants. It seemed with each billowing laughter it released, it grew more, becoming almost like a second pulsing monster of its own. When the male invalid's laughter died down, it looked toward Aina with a fervent gaze, the tent and its pants pulsing with a grotesque air. In those moments, the scent the invalid gave off only became more nauseating. Just looking at you, you have no idea the kind of value you have. But, I expect humans to wallow in ignorance, so I don't mind explaining it to you. Though the invalid began to speak, Aina's mind was roaring. She wanted to move, she needed to move. She wouldn't be caught here, she wouldn't allow this disgusting creature to do the things it wanted to do to her. She already well knew what a broodmother was. It went by too many names. Birther, Eternal Mother, some even called them vampires. However, there were two things all these titles had in common. The first was that they all guaranteed an impossibly high blood force affinity so high that most talents couldn't even match up to it. Maybe only monsters like Lionel, who had grade 9 dream force affinity while still in the third dimension, could hope to be on the same level. And the second was that they were among the very few existences that could allow invalids to reproduce. Chapter 484. Aina struggled with all her might. By now, she had a grasp of what the ability of this invalid was. It was clearly a puppeteering ability, and this ability was unfortunately especially effective against those with weak soul forces like her own. However, that didn't mean that she didn't have a chance. She had been struggling from the very beginning. There was simply no way that the stamina of this variant invalid was endless. There had to be a limit to how long it could hold control over her. Due to her experience in the Joan zone, Aina had learned a lot of Joan's death. Even if there was just a single thing the experience taught her, it was that it took far more energy to control a person than it took to wrest control away. Aina knew that all she had to do was to keep struggling, to keep playing the part of helpless damsel, only then might the invalid foolishly continue to chip away at its own stamina. Do you understand now? Do you understand your worth? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I will treat you well. How couldn't I? You will be the key to my empire, the centerpiece to me truly ruling the universe and showing these humans who the true superior beings are. These fools of terrain seem to believe that they have won the battle against me when the reality is that I am just using them. I have patience that my fellow man do not have. If I didn't have these humans as a cover, how would I continue to enjoy such delicacies every day? Who knows if those invalid hunters would have come to put my head on a pike by now. The male invalid's manic laughter continued to cause the earth to tremble. It was clear at a glance that this invalid was just a step away from the fifth dimension. As for why it hadn't crossed that threshold yet, it simply couldn't. In a world with its potential capped like terrain, it would simply take too long to reach the fifth dimension. Without the ability to travel to other worlds, the invalid could only wait patiently and bide its time. But, so what if terrain reached the fifth dimension eventually? How could the male invalid's ambition end there? Unfortunately, there was nothing it could do. Unless it could find a method to secretly travel to another world without being detected, its path would end here. So, the male invalid had kept its head lowered, displaying patience those of its kind simply didn't have. Of all the things it had spoken, this was by far the closest to the truth. It had indeed displayed exceptional foresight and forbearance. Haha. The name of the puppet master will ring throughout the dimensional verse. At my mere mention, I will ensure that the women shed tears and the men shed blood. I will sunder the clouds with a single word and destroy the earth with a single step. All shall know of my legend. By the end of its speech, the puppet master was practically roaring. Its voice seemed one part ambitious and another part rage-fueled. It was as though all the pent-up frustration of the last several centuries had come bubbling forth. After a long while, the puppet master slowly calmed its raging emotions, its gaze becoming a placid lake of steadiness. With a clap of its hands, the sound of shuffling feet could be heard from the distance. This timing couldn't be more perfect. With all my other chess pieces aligning, this must be a providence of the heavens. I will make my debut into the world soon. But you are still too weak at the moment. If you were to bear my children now, they will be of no help to me. I will first raise your strength, only then will my children be birthed with the most optimal power. At that moment, the puppets brought in an oddly curved package. It was large in stature, so large and likely so heavy, that 6 invalids had to carry it in at once. I personally handcrafted this piece, you could call it my magnum opus. The male invalid continued to speak as though it couldn't sense Aina's struggle. I've been nurturing the resources of this mountain range for a long time. You could even say that the most precious herbs and ores of terrain can be found here. But, since no one dares to come, it's all mine. The male invalid chuckled as though he felt Aina should be impressed. His demeanor seemed to scream, "What do you think, isn't your future husband wealthy? Be happy." But, even compared to those things, this is especially valuable. With another motion, the 6 invalid puppets set the heavy curved package down and opened it up, revealing a cavity filled with pulsing red rubies. If Lionel had been here, his eyes would have immediately widened in shock. These red rubies, each and every one was as valuable as a quasi-bronze ore. It was known as force-nurturing Oregon. It was an evolution-type ore, though less potent than the true evolution Oregon. Its ability wasn't as exaggerated as raising the grade of an ore by a single step. Not only were its effects lesser, it took a long period of time, months to years, for its true worth to come into effect. Usually, force nurturing ore was only useful on already completed products while evolution ore could be used on raw materials. This was maybe the most important fundamental difference. There was, of course, another benefit to force nurturing ore as well. Not only could it increase the quality of treasures, but it was useful on living beings as well. It had similar recovery benefits to Lionel's cleansing waters, albeit lesser healing effects. At the same time, it could quicken the cultivation of humans and even help herbs to grow faster. Maybe the most shocking part was that the red glow of these tunnels. It was entirely reliant on the source of force nurturing ore. Just how much of it did this variant invalid have? I will allow you to sleep in here for a few decades. the puppet master said with a hint of excitement in his voice. By the time you come out, the foundations of my empire will be set and my new strength will have stabilized. By then, the world will be ours. The puppet master stepped forward, caressing Aina's scars. Somewhat ironically, just like Lionel, Aina's appearance meant little to him. But their reasons vastly differed. A surge of helplessness took hold of Aina's soul. She struggled so hard, yet she couldn't even interrupt this puppet master's psychotic personal soliloquy. Was she really going to die here? Her severed fingers continued to drip blood, coating her hands with a warmth. I can't die here. I can't die here. A deep unwillingness surged through Aina's body. Her will suddenly pressed again the barrier to the third tier of the fourth dimension. If she could just break through, it would be that much more difficult for this puppet master to control her. A light of hope gripped at Aina's heart. She pushed with all her might, even to the point blood vessels popped in her eyes, causing blood to trickle down her cheeks. A low shout escaped her lips as she rammed against the barrier. The male invalid's eyes widened slightly. Under its control, Aina shouldn't have been able to make a single sound. But at that moment, just when Aina was about to succeed, the burning marks on her face suddenly lit a fire. All the momentum she had vanished, completely destroyed. Chapter 485. Aina felt as though all the wind had been knocked out of her. The faint light of hope she thought she could grasp onto suddenly went up in smoke, disappearing like a fleeting fragrance in the wind. After a moment, the male invalid finally recovered from his shock. That last struggle of Aina's, especially the shout, had actually put a dent in its stamina. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as him being on his last legs, at least a third of his reserves had been sapped up. In truth, Aina's breakthrough wouldn't have made a difference. It was the final act of defiance that truly impacted him. But, it seemed that this final push had truly taken whatever she had left out. When the puppet master recovered, its gaze narrowed, a slight hint of ferocity hidden within their depths. It seems that you don't understand how to be grateful, what a shame. The male invalid reached up from Aina's cheek, ripping the crown from her head. Oh. At that moment, the control the male invalid had on Aina increased by more than tenfold. Whereas Aina could at least struggle and resist before, right now, she couldn't even breathe without the invalid's permission. So that's how it is. Clever, clever. You diverted some of your mental strength into hiding the grade of this treasure from me so that you could struggle in secret. I thought that your mental strength was nothing compared to me to begin with, but to think it was even worse than I originally believed. The invalid examined the headpiece closer. After a moment, it began to laugh again. A quasi-bronze treasure? And one that boosts mental strength as well? You are truly my guardian angel. The invalid's laughter seemed even more uproarious than before. But, it only made sense. Such a treasure to a mental strength expert like him would be like giving wings to a tiger. It already allowed someone with such poor soul force like Aina to struggle against a near fifth-dimensional entity like it. What kind of amplification effects would it have on him? Without hesitation, the invalid slipped the headpiece onto its head. Though it was somewhat feminine, it was already clear that appearances were something it could care less about. Whereas the benefits of using Aina like a sow would take decades, even centuries to begin to bear fruit, the benefit of a quasi-bronze treasure would give its coming plans an almost 100% chance of succeeding. If the invalid was certain that the heavens were smiling down on it before, it was convinced without a shadow of a doubt now. Yes. 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 The invalid felt as though the whole world had opened up to it. The restrictions on Aina became even sturdier. It was to the point it could even manipulate Aina's senses to make her see what it wanted her to see. The male invalid looked down at Aina. By now, its erection had calmed. It looked toward the girl before it like a prime steak on a cutting board. It's a shame that you aren't obedient. But this is fine, I will teach you obedience. The invalid picked up the knife on the table and spun it in the air, allowing to fall as it pleased. The sound of a blade embedding itself into wood sounded again. But this time, it had severed the fingers from Aina's other hand. Aina couldn't even flinch. Pain racked her body, threatening to throw her into the pits of hell. It felt as though everything revolved around the torture she was experiencing. The invalid forced Aina's head to turn toward it as it picked up one of her fingers, sniffing at the dripping blood as an intoxicated look surfaced across its face. Its tongue swept across the crimson liquid falling from its hand. Oh my! The rested erection of the invalid came back, soaring to towering heights even past where it had been before. Magnificent. Wonderful. Unbelievable. The invalid could no longer hold itself back. Its teeth shone beneath the crimson lights as it bit down. The sound of crunching bones shook Aina to her soul. She sat there and watched as her finger was eaten before her. The fear, the helplessness, the despair. It swarmed around her like inner devils looking to devour all sense of pride and hope she had left. I can't die here. I can't die. Aina continued to roar these words in her mind, the tears of blood continuously streaming down her face. But, it simply didn't seem to matter what she thought at all. How could there be such a delicacy in this world? Magnifique. Aina sat immobile, the haunting thoughts eating at her mind. Would she really die here? But what about her mother? What about her revenge? What about the Brazinger family? A bitterness took root in her chest. The flash of a young man's smile suddenly occupied her mind. Though it was less charming than that of the invalids, to Aina, it was several times better. She didn't know how much effort the young man put into that smile, but just by gazing upon it, it felt as though she could see through all its sincerity, all its meaning. Other than the smile, though, she couldn't quite see the rest of the young man's face. Her mind was tired, her heart was tired. I can't die here, At that moment, the male invalid suddenly frowned. Before he realized what was happening, he had already swallowed 4 of Aina's fingers, each tasting better than the last. There's 5th-dimensional blood within your veins? The male invalid shook his head. How impressive. It will be a bit troublesome to get rid of it, but with my strength, it won't be a problem. In fact, it will only strengthen my body in the end. Compared to Aina, the puppet master was much closer to the 5th dimension. It of course wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with such a faint trace of the abyssal panther blood. After all, Aina had already absorbed most of it. But, in that instant, the male invalid suddenly grabbed his stomach and coughed. A cough? He had no reason to be coughing. A heat suddenly spread throughout the invalid's body. The more seconds ticked by, the hotter its body seemed to become. The invalid's eyes suddenly widened, its vision blurring. A curse? Shackles lashed out at the invalid, spreading through its body like a virus. At that moment, Aina finally felt the restrictions on her loosen. A year later, Aina slowly rose up from her position, her hand reaching out toward the curved package by her side. It trembled and opened, revealing the form of a massive golden red axe, pulsing with a blinding red light. Blood. Her soft voice traveled to the ears of everyone on the battlefield once again. Chapter 486. A maleficent aura enveloped the battlefield. It felt as though a crimson tide was washing over them all, but instead of carrying the characteristic warmth and thickness of blood, it was instead cold and lifeless, seeping into their pores and causing their hearts to quake. Aina slowly walked from the military tent, its flaps making way for her. Somehow, despite her petite body, she became the center of the entire battlefield. Even City Lord White, who was in the midst of sending a final death blow toward Lancelot, paused, an eerie look in her eye locking onto Aina as well. Aina's footsteps halted. The scars that danced across her face seemed to come to life, raging about like living, breathing flood dragons. They grew a size, radiating out with a heat that made the temperature of the battlefield skyrocket. The momentum she had walked out with seemed to dim somewhat. Though the hold she held over the battlefield didn't vanish, it snapped City Lord White out of her stupor. And, very quickly, what once was her absent-mindedness became her shock. How could such a thing happen to her? How did she lose control of her thoughts for a moment? Why? Why did she feel fear just now? Aina's delicate brows furrowed, her gaze still somewhat vacant. Go away. The scars on Aina's face grew more fervent, as though insulted by Aina's words. They bulged out another fold in size. By now, it was almost impossible to see what should have been a young girl's face. The swelling became so bad that healthy skin became impossible to spot. I said. Go away. Aina's delicate voice boomed across the battlefield, carrying such compulsion that many of the warriors on it turned tailed and ran. No. They weren't running. They were following Aina's orders. At that very instant, a mental strength that superseded worlds covered the battlefield. It was simply impossible to grasp that someone with such weak talent in this area could possibly display such might. However, any thoughts one would have spared to this instantly vanished with the next sight. The scars on Aina's face struggled and rose, finally showing their true appearance. They squirmed like grotesque leeches, wielding their circular mouths and several rows of teeth as though trying to devour Aina right then and there. But, it was in that moment that Aina's overwhelming mental strength shook them to their core. As though feeling a fear they never had before, they retreated, disappearing into Aina's face like they had never been there. However, it was the sight that was left behind that silenced the battlefield. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Beautiful to the point it seemed impossible to have such a being in the possession of a human. It must have been a fairy, a fae, a goddess. The moment the vile leeches vanished, a restriction placed on Aina's body seemed to disappear as well. She grew half a foot in height, quickly soaring past 6 feet and rivaling even Mordred. Her legs became long and slender as her figure filled out completely. The curves that had once been so well hidden by her black military uniform couldn't seem to hide any longer as her clothing grew. Aina's hair lengthened. From the small of her back, it almost fell to the ground, shimmering with a healthy luster. Her amber eyes became warmer, exuding a soft golden color that compelled one to stare indefinitely yet somehow make them want to look away just as much. Even with all of these changes, the largest of them couldn't be denied. Without her scars, Aina's visage had become more precious than the most delicate of carvings. Her supple skin, the gentle slopes of her jaw and nose, the elegant arches of her brow. Her every action, no matter how mundane, no matter how indifferent, exuded a charm that only creatures of myths and legend could match. Aina's delicate brow furrowed. At that moment, her frustration seemed to become everyone's frustration. All those who laid eyes on her wanted to know what was bothering her. She just had to say the word and they would fight to the ends of the earth to get rid of it. Aina's chest moved and seemed to flex slightly. The sound of tearing fabric sounded, making the hearts of all those watching lose track of their breaths for a moment. But, oddly enough, there was no change to Aina's military uniform in the slightest. Well, no change except for her figure seemingly becoming a size fuller. She reached her slender fingers into her collar and pulled out a long white cloth that had once bound her chest, throwing it onto the ground. Aina, seemingly finally feeling comfortable, swung out casually with her axe. An invisible, piercing wind shot across the ground, elevating a piece of earth and blasting it apart. Aina looked up, her gaze locking onto City Lord White. This was the she-devil that had brought her out here. She had the blood she wanted so badly. Aina finally began to walk forward. Her every step seemed soft, but webs of cracked land followed her gait. Each time she raised a foot, she crossed tens of meters in a blink. Yet, her every action was so enticing, so hypnotic, that City Lord White didn't even sense danger until Aina was already just 10 meters away. To experts on their level, this might as well have been a single arm's length. Aina raised her axe. At that moment, it felt as though the whole world had raised it along with her. The winds followed her will, the clouds split just so that the stars could watch her, the energies of the universe stilled and calmed. City Lord White only seemed to awaken again when that dense killing intent locked onto her. The instincts she had trained for decades shocked her still heart into action. Her face flushed, shock and fear written all over it. This sort of suppression was something she had never faced before in her life. She couldn't comprehend just what was happening. But she already had no more time to think about it as Aina's blade began to descend. Chapter 487. Fairylas watched as her warriors fell one after another, a hint of shock coloring her gaze. The warriors of White City had long since been indifferent to high casualties. The truth was that one of the strategies Terrain had prepared before launching this attack was precisely this. It had to be remembered that Earth had lost more than 99% of its population. As a result, even if Earth had a higher concentration of talents, what could they do if Terrain sent wave after wave of warriors after them? This was precisely why City Lord White didn't care about using the death of her men to stall. Compared to Earth's remaining population of barely a few million, Terrain's city lords had access to population in the billions and fighters numbering in the tens of millions. Though only a fraction of these were elites, it hardly mattered if Terrain could just throw such numbers out continuously to wear Earth down. However, the group Fairylas was heading was far different. These men with her were the true elites of White City. Not only did they have 10 white knights with them, but a large number of the soldiers beneath them were just a step away from this title. In fact, there were many candidates to replace White Knight Daoist among them. Unfortunately, no matter how elite they were, how could they make do without their force? Fairylas was completely caught off guard. According to her information, force disruption towers should have lost their effect after Earth entered the fourth dimension. So, what was going on? No, that's not right. Even the most elite of force disruption towers should only have an effective range of a few hundred meters. But I don't sense any towers in the vicinity. At that moment, Krakos raised his saber and attacked Fairylas once more. The White Knight could only grit her teeth and parry, her feet sliding several meters before coming to a grinding halt. This. It really is the weapon. Fairylas was at a loss. When had Earth gained such technology? It can't be that Earth already researched the fourth dimension. But that didn't make any sense. Crossing the dimensional barrier should have been the equivalent of Earth getting sent back to the Stone Ages. It took thousands of years for Earth to reach the technological advancements they had within the third dimension despite their talent. It should take the same amount of effort to reach such a height in the fourth dimension. This was why most worlds, even when they had comprehended the sciences to a high degree, would choose to abandon it entirely after undergoing their first metamorphosis. If a world took several thousand years to stabilize themselves every time they evolved to a new dimension, how could it possibly protect itself? As a result, these worlds had no choice but to rely on the well-established disciplines of the dimensional verse. Only these well-tested and well-known professions that had withstood the test of time could be trusted. Unless... Fairylas trembled. Could it be that Earth had a force crafter? The possibility shook Fairylas to her core. In fact, she found it even harder to believe than Earth managing to adapt their technology to the fourth dimension. It had to be known that Terrain had not a single force crafter. Of course, things weren't so exaggerated. There were plenty of petty force crafter apprentices who thought to flaunt themselves on weak worlds like theirs. However, even the best of these could only craft Tier 3 black treasures at best. This shouldn't be looked down upon, though. Unfortunately, due to such constraints, most of their warriors were outfitted with such weapons. But, to put things into perspective, wielding a Tier 3 black treasure at their current strength was like a soldier of Earth's 21st century choosing a butter knife as his preferred weapon. Force crafters, as in ones that could actually sway a war of this level, were existences even City Lord White would have to be respectful to. Such existences wouldn't be caught dead on a world like Terrain and wouldn't have a reason to come to Earth just yet because such a fledgling world, despite its talent, simply couldn't afford to compensate them. Someone like Lionel who didn't quite understand the full scope of the dimensional verse would still be in the dark about these matters, but Fairylas who had seen much of the world most definitely wouldn't have been. Those who had talents to become force crafters were 1 in a billion, and that was only if one took the aggregate of all worlds, both talented and untalented. If one were to look at a world like Terrain, despite their population of tens of billions, it would be impossible to find even one such talent. The threshold one needed to reach an internal sight was too high. One only needed a smidgen of internal sight talent to cultivate force. But, in order to become a crafter, one would need to, at the very least, be capable of forming 1 star of Lionel's 3-star constitution. As though this wasn't enough to prove the rarity, just having the talent wasn't even the minimum threshold one needed to meet. Why would a force crafter easily divulge the secrets of his or her crafts? Why would they disseminate their techniques and the product of their years of research without a price? One with talent might have the capability to become a crafter, but whether one would truly be able to succeed would be dependent on whether you had the connections to learn what it is one would need to. The more Fariolus thought about it, the stronger her clashes with Krakos became, the more blood leaked from her lips, the more confused she seemed to become. It was impossible. It shouldn't be possible. How could Earth have such a thing? They must have traded for these weapons with their zone rewards. Yes, that must be it. That had to be it. Though Fariolus thought this far, she knew her attempts at calming her heart were just foolish. How could Camelot, who just became a part of Earth, have had time to clear enough zones to gather so many weapons? A sharp pain shot through Fariolus's chest. She looked down, stunned before looking up toward Krakos with a defiant glare. Unfortunately, unlike the rest of her counterparts, the facade of White City cracked just a margin with her. Behind that gaze, the roots of despair had already sunk their claws in. Chapter 488. Lionel watched all of this coldly from the distance. Even until their deaths, those white knights would have no idea that they had dug their own graves. The weapons Lionel had outfitted the demons with were very special. Each of them had a beast crystal at the core of the center of their design. When Lionel came across the predator ravens, he knew that he had gained a massive chance to turn the tide of this war. The force disruption abilities of the predator ravens was actually quite weak. As a result, they could only interrupt force-based techniques that relied heavily on order and organization. And, even then, if they ran into someone like Lionel whose internal sight was exceptionally strong, it would be an issue to interrupt him at all unless they had a large numbers advantage. This only made sense. Terrain was a world of weak talent, so how could the beasts that called it home be too powerful? They were very limited in the impact they could have, and this was only right. However, this was where Lionel could step in. Using the force disruption of the predator ravens as the base, he amplified it to the greatest degree he could. The ability of the predator ravens was ultimately a soul-type ability. Using this knowledge, Lionel combined it with a familiar ore, the Tier 8 Black Grade ore, Howling Tiger. Lionel had come across this ore during his time in the hive. In fact, he had even thought of making it a part of his divine armor at one point. At least, that was until he ran into a stronger domain-type Oregon. Howling Tiger was a domain soul-type Oregon. It could assault one's mind wild fluctuation of soul force that manifested like a roaring tiger. This was an exceptionally valuable ore, as made obvious by its Tier 8 status. But, Lionel didn't need the effects to be so powerful. In addition, even if Lionel wanted the maximum effect, he would need enough ore to infuse the full essence into every weapon. If one did the calculations for just how much such a thing would cost, even the greatest tycoons of fourth-dimensional worlds would begin to feel the squeeze. Instead of doing this, Lionel just needed to incorporate a small sliver of Howling Tiger ore into each weapon, thus using its howling effect to amplify the force disruption ability of the weapons the demons wielded. When these weapons were used, a warrior would essentially have a small domain of about 2 meters around themselves where force within the standard of the fourth dimension became absolutely useless. That said, there was one glaring weakness of these treasures. While it impacted one's opponents, it was unfortunately subject to friendly fire. Not only would this treasure stop comrades from using force, even the wielder of the weapon itself would be unable to use force in the slightest. Other than pouring in force directly from one's body and into the weapon to sustain the domain, it was impossible to do anything else force-related. Due to such a striking weakness, this weapon would never be used by most people. The trade-off simply wouldn't be worth it for many warriors. Force was the foundation of too many abilities, Without it, it would be like tying one's hands behind one's back. But the demons were different. They were especially known for their physiques. Compared to humans, they were several times more powerful in this aspect. In addition, while the warriors of Terrain had become used to battling with their abilities and force, the demons of Camelot had long since been used to battling without such advantages. On top of this, demons were larger and heavier. Without force, it was difficult to even begin to take them down. In the end, such weapons were absolutely perfect for a demon army. Lionel's actions were practically like giving wings to a tiger. At that moment, Lionel turned his attention to the platform flying over the mountain range. They were likely still unaware that their people were being massacred. But Lionel had no intention of sparing them in the slightest. Lionel waved a hand, causing a line of crossbows to appear. Chain domain. One might wonder how a world without force crafters like Terrain could build siege weapons as powerful as these crossbows. But the answer was simple: over-engineering. Over-engineering was a concept in the field of engineers to point out excess. Sometimes it was done on purpose in order to ensure a structure would never fail. But, at other times, this excess often became the representation of a waste of resources. In the second case, over-engineering was usually the folly of those without experience or understanding. It would be like building a bridge of diamond just because diamond was a very strong stone rather than the much less expensive steel. Only a fool would do such a thing. In order to make up for their lack of skill, Terrain overcompensated with the materials they used. The pulley structure of the crossbows were built with unrefined Tier 7 ores and pulled with the tendons of Tier 7 and 8 beasts. In the end, the crossbows were incredibly inconvenient to use. Not only was it almost impossible to aim, but just loading it took the strength of a warrior that would be much better served on the battlefield. And, as much of a waste as the crossbows themselves were, the bolts they used were an even sadder case. Lionel didn't even want to think about it. However, now that these crossbows were in Lionel's possession, how could they possibly still have the same weaknesses? The eyes of the scout on the back of the floating platform widened, partly in shock and partly in confusion. He recognized the crossbows well. It was simply impossible for anyone without the strength of a Tier 5 warrior to load them. And, even such an existence would have to use all their strength and several minutes. Just what could this young man do with 500 crossbows lined up like that? Still, the scout didn't take any chances. Raise the defenses. Strong fluctuations of force surged. Soon, the floating platform, carried by numerous flying beasts, was covered in a thick, illusory shield. Lionel watched this scene emotionlessly, his chain domain slowly winding the pulleys of the crossbows and slightly shifting their aims one after another. With one predator raven beast crystal, Lionel was able to make 10 weapons. However, there were only 2,000 or so demons fighting below. So, what did he do with the rest? Lionel's cold gaze remained locked onto the platform. His black robes whipped about in the harsh winds. So high up, the air was not only cold, but it was violent and sharp. The atmosphere seemed quite appropriate. With a thought, Lionel fired all 500 crossbows at once. In those moments, it felt as though the sky might collapse at any moment. Blood. Sovereign, City Lord White struggled to breathe. But, with Aina's slender hands clasping her throat, her brain hardly got any flow of blood, let alone her lungs being satiated by oxygen. Aina's indifferent gaze looked into City Lord White's demonic eyes. And then, the sound of breaking bones resounded. City Lord White's defiant gaze remained locked onto Aina, but any light it once held had long since faded. Aina inhaled. Under the astonished gazes of the silent battlefield, a torrent of blood manifested from the dead City Lord White, entering her mouth. Author's note below: December 23, 21. Chapter 489. Aina stood amid a pile of corpses, her slender neck tilted. The slight hints of crimson that dripped from her smooth lips shook the soul, her every action mesmerizing to the extreme. It was hard for those who witnessed everything from start to finish to reconcile with what had just happened. In one moment, they had been deep within a pit of their own despair. But in the next, the enemies that had had control over their lives were suddenly all dead. When Aina began to battle City Lord White, it became very obvious very quickly that the latter was completely unable to display her true power. Without a choice, the 5 white knights of course forced their way toward their battle, only for them to become lambs to the slaughter. Whatever hopes White City had to win this war were dashed. As the life drained from their city lord, they all became aware that there was no longer a path for them to survive. Aina's body pulsed with an unimaginable amount of power. Her skin flushed with a healthy red hue, a light sigh of satisfaction escaping her lips. Just the sound alone made those who heard it feel their bones go soft. The way it delicately vibrated their ears made them feel as though all their inhibitions were being knocked down one after another. If she told them to jump to their death at this very moment, not a single one of them would hesitate. In the skies, Mordred watched this with a slight frown, doing her best to keep control of her mind. Even she had to admit that she had never been so attracted by a woman before. It was taking all of her will not to bow down and kiss at Aina's feet. Is this the monster? Why is it so different from last time? Mordred, unlike the others, knew that there would be times where Aina lost her rational mind. It wasn't that she became a different person, it was the very same Aina. It was just that in this state, she no longer filtered her actions. She did as she pleased, when she pleased. Lionel had met this version of Aina just once before during their entry into the Joan Zone. Back then, Aina dove into a sea of Englishmen without regard for anything. It seemed that her stamina had become endless and her power had increased explosively. However, Lionel could see the truth. He saw that she was bordering on fatigue and that her body might collapse at any time. Though Lionel had been curious about what had happened back then, he assumed it had been related to Aina's lineage factor. After all, back then, he had sensed that there was something special about Aina's blood as well. As a person who knew little of the dimensional verse, Lionel just assumed that whatever oddities Aina hid in her blood had to be related to her lineage factor. And, since a lineage factor originated from one's family and considering the fact Lionel knew how much Aina hated her own, he never pressed her for more information. However, maybe those things hadn't been so simple as they seemed. Mordred wasn't sure why this time was so different from the last. It could be because of City Lord White's appearance or it could be because Aina had evolved. But, regardless of what the reason was, Mordred was certain of 2 things. The first was that Aina in such a state was absurdly powerful. Though City Lord White seemed to have been suppressed by her presence, she was still a Tier 7 existence. Not only that, but due to her ability being related to blood, her refinement level was far beyond a normal existence at this level. Yet, Aina had treated her like a toy. Unfortunately, that still left the second thing Mordred was certain of. The sound of a heartbeat resounded through the battlefield. Aina, who had been standing in an alluring posture in one moment, suddenly regained clarity. Her eyes, which had been an emotionless, abyssal pit, flashed with hints of pain. A heavy air of darkness swirled around her. Before anyone could react, Aina's face burst into a river of foul black blood. The cursed leeches which had not long ago disappeared into her came back in full force and even several times more powerful than before. Aina began to suffer a suppression worse than even what City Lord White had faced. The veins all across her body blackened one after another, her face swelling to the point it became unrecognizable. Her body shrank back to its original size. But, this time, whereas the scars had only been across her face before, they descended to her neck, crawling toward her heart. Aina convulsed, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. She coughed, more foul black blood leaking from her lips. Aina! Mordred's eyes widened. She dove down from the skies, flashes of worry crossing her visage. Even she couldn't put into words why she was so protective of this little girl. But, what she did know was that she couldn't stand seeing anything happen to her. However, in that instant, Mordred wasn't the only one who moved. Noah and Jessica had been on the front lines since the very beginning. Though they didn't manage to have as large of an impact as they would have liked, no one could accuse them of not trying. But this wasn't a matter that took any sort of precedence at this moment. Before, Noah was willing to let Aina go for the moment because her strength wasn't something he had to worry about. Unfortunately, it was clear that the situation had changed now. Aina was so powerful that he knew well that if she entered such a state again, he wouldn't stand a chance. In fact, he felt that beneath her presence, he couldn't even bear to lift a finger in an attempt to harm her. Such a feeling left him stifled as a prince. If she was really a member of the Brazinger family, she had to be detained. As for what his grandfather would decide to do after this, it would no longer have anything to do with him. Without hesitation, Noah shot forward. As though by tacit agreement, Jessica didn't lag behind a single step. Chapter 490. You. Mordred's brows shot up. Though she couldn't say that she was surprised by such a change, she was still somewhat caught off guard. Her entire mind had been focused on Aina's condition, so she wasn't particularly worried about what others were thinking at this moment. King Arthur frowned. Hang in there. He spoke to Lancelot quickly. He had been by the knight's side, but it seemed that he wouldn't be able to remain there. Unlike Lionel, it took King Arthur several moments to cast a 3-star mage art. Not only could he not spare the time, but with the condition of his body at the moment, he couldn't spare the stamina to heal Lancelot either. Just the action of moving forward made Arthur feel as though his bones might collapse at any time. In order to protect his men and his wife, he had become the main frontline fighter against City Lord White, and it seemed that it was coming back to bite him now. Noah's expression remained indifferent, his planted legs suddenly growing explosively in size. Bang! His body was like a bolt, crossing the remaining distance in a flash. By the time he landed, his leg had already returned to its original length and he was beside Aina. He reached out a hand, allowing it to grow to the point it could capture Aina completely. At that moment, being so close, he could smell the foul air coming from her. It was as though he had stepped into sewage. The change was simply too different from what she had been just moments ago. Aina couldn't even react to what was happening around her. Violent coughing fits shook her body, a mixture of blood and foul liquids shooting out with every heave. It was difficult to tell if it was just a terrible cough or if she was vomiting. Just as Noah's enlarged hand was about to wrap around Aina, he smelled the scent of danger. But Jessica was to his side. With a simple command, the demonic beasts under Jessica's control shot forward, intercepting Mordred's rain of dark arrows from above. Without suspense, each one was pierced through and died in mere moments. But Jessica didn't even flinch. She had taken control of all of these demonic beasts in the first place so that she could use them as cannon fodder when she needed to. However, that didn't mean that all she had was cannon fodder. Jessica gripped at a set of polished marbles hanging from her hip. At the instant Mordred was slowed, she flicked one of these marbles forward. In one moment, it seemed like nothing more than a child's toy. But, in the next, it grew explosively in size, becoming a massive 4-armed white ape. The ape's roar shook the skies as it soared toward Mordred, intercepting her descent with 4 hammer fists. Jessica didn't want to use her personal beasts until now because she had invested too much into them. Not a single one had an ability worse than the S grade at birth, and not a single one hadn't been nurtured with all the finest nutrition and environments. However, they were ultimately still infants. It wasn't that they were too weak to participate. In fact, they were the strongest trump cards Jessica had. It was just not worth it in the grand scheme. But now, facing an opponent she was sure wouldn't be a threat to the life of her precious babies, she no longer hesitated. Mordred's eyes widened. This was something she had simply never seen before. But, as a veteran of battle, her reaction speed was still frighteningly quick. Dozens of dark shields appeared before her with a single wave of her palm. This ape had no ability to maneuver in the air. Simply delaying it for a moment already gave her ample time to press off another shadowy platform and change direction, shooting past the ape. But, by the time she had, Noah's enlarged hand had already begun to wrap around Aina's body. King Arthur entered the battlefield, his gaze flashing with determination. Aina was the reason Camelot could continue to stand now. He had no intention of allowing her to be taken away just like this. At that moment, streaks of sharp blue tore through the skies. A familiar barrage of ice javelins aimed for Noah's wrists, causing him to frown. His hand quickly shrunk back to its original size, dodging out of the way of the javelins. By this point, Niall and the others had reacted as well. Knowing that their prince and Jessica would be hounded from all sides, they shot forward as well, blocking off the remaining knights of the Round Table. Niall brandished a spear of almost 2.5 meters long, leading the vanguard against Queen Guinevere. He knew well that he didn't have the strength to match up against her alone, but this was precisely why he had brought support. Noah reacted quickly to the change, reaching for Aina once again. But, by this point, King Arthur had already closed the remaining distance, brandishing Excalibur against the prince. Noah swung out his massive saber, looking to block Arthur while continuing to reach for Aina's convulsing body. Mordred swung out her wand. A rain of arrows fell once again, pincering Noah from his opposite side. Noah's gaze narrowed. He planned to allow Jessica to protect his back, but at that moment, Arthur's sword met his saber. A deep, reverberating clash of blades shook the battlefield as Noah was forced to retreat several steps. Noah stumbled out of range of Aina, only to be assaulted by a rain of arrows to his back. Jessica reacted quickly, her whip lashing out several times in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield split into 3. The knights and Guinevere against a team led by Niall. Noah against Arthur. And finally, Jessica faced Mordred. They stood in a triangle around Aina's convulsing body, the pressure growing palpably. Chapter 491. Jessica's four-armed ape fell heavily to the ground, causing the battlefield to quake. As though it was a cue, the stalemate broke. A barrage of attacks descended from all sides. If one was looking from afar, it would be hard to imagine that such a commotion was being caused for the sake of one young girl who had long since lost the ability to move. Aina's situation only seemed to grow worse by the moment. Whereas before the foul black blood only shot from her mouth when she coughed, now, even when she was only gasping for breath, it blocked her airways, causing her to subconsciously grasp at her throat even in her unconscious state. The grotesque scars traveled down her neck, swallowing it in swelling that made one's heart churn. It felt like the curse was venting its hatred for having been humiliated, lashing out with a fervor it never had before. Aina's current mind was in turmoil. All she could feel was pain. Her every heartbeat felt as though the walls of her chest were pressing against a cage. It took so much effort just to circulate her blood once around her body, and with every passing moment, it only seemed to become more difficult. As though this wasn't bad enough, the blood she was circulating seemed contaminated. It ate away at her flesh, devouring her bones, and dug into her soul. It seemed that it wouldn't be satisfied until it took away everything she had left. Aina was completely unaware of her surroundings, completely unaware that so many were fighting for and against her sake. All she knew was pain and darkness. It was the kind of pain that made one rather end it all than suffer for another second. Noah and King Arthur clashed once again, their blades bending and whining beneath their strength. Despite Noah's increased size, Arthur didn't back down for even a moment. It had been too long since the king had met an opponent he could go all out against. He had reached the limits of Camelot a long time ago, so long ago, in fact, that many had already forgotten that he was a genius of battle. The longer he fought against Noah, the faster and swifter he seemed to become. However, Noah responded in kind. Every improvement Arthur made, Noah seemed to match, whether it be in talent or him having held back from the very beginning. The truth was that Noah knew that Arthur was the key to taking Camelot under their wing with ease. If he died, then everything would become far more difficult. It would be much easier if they could subdue this king without killing him, that would be for the best. But, at the same time, compared to the threat Aina posed, Camelot was worth far less. At least. That was what Noah thought until he began to fight Arthur in earnest. It looks like I have to get serious, Noah thought. In that moment, Noah's body shrunk down explosively, dodging out of the way of Arthur's last strike. The density of Noah's skin and bone shot up. It began to reflect like diamond beneath the high sun rays. With a hard step forward, Noah's steps shook the earth with more force than even Jessica's ape. Arthur's eyes sharpened. With his experience in battle, he didn't need to guess to know that he couldn't take the strike head-on. It was simply too heavy. It wouldn't be a surprise if he ended up just as injured as Lancelot if he tried to. They held back all this time. Arthur was pissed, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he was being real with himself, he too held back. How could he not? How could they possibly fight wholeheartedly by the side of an army they thought was another potential enemy? The issue was that it was clear that Noah and Jessica had held back far more than Arthur and his men had. Jessica flicked out several more marbles in Mordred's direction, each morphing into a large predator beast. A large king of serpents, a snow-white falcon, a silver lion, and finally a butterfly with a wingspan of over a meter. The pressure that was suddenly applied to both Arthur and his daughter multiplied several times over. At the same time, the number of enemies Guinevere needed to face rose. There was simply no one of Camelot outside a few knights and mages that were worthy of fighting in a battle of this quality. Though Earth had poor foundations, Camelot had even weaker foundations. It had to be remembered that they were born of tales passed down by humans of Earth. In those tales, the main focus were just a few characters. As a result, the majority of Camelot's strength was likewise concentrated into these characters. Now, Camelot was beginning to break free of the constraints of those stories. But, that left them in a state similar to when Earth's metamorphosis first descended. In fact, even to now, Arthur didn't dare to use his ability in battle because he didn't quite trust it. After decades of battle and honing his skill, how could Arthur suddenly change his battle tactics and instincts on a dime? In fact, the same went for the other knights and mages as well. This mental handicap left them subconsciously hampering themselves. The worst part was that even if they got over this mental roadblock, how could they possibly face an army of 1,000 talents who had been honing their battle techniques for over a year now? Mordred's jaw clenched, her wrist flicking as she sent out spell after spell. She felt as though the stamina she needed to cast mage arts had dropped by more than tenfold. In fact, the time she needed also fell drastically. With such improvement, she didn't believe that she couldn't protect Aina. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to stop these people that stood before her. Her power had always been something that caused her to be ostracized. But today, she would allow it to display its true might. Unfortunately, as much as Mordred wanted to believe this, in her heart of hearts, her soul of souls, the gap was simply too wide. Chapter 492. Noah's blade became heavy and light at his command. The variations in his attacks reached a new level. To swing a two-handed blade like it was nothing more than a feather, but for it to still carry the heaviness of a blunt weapon. This was Noah's fighting style. Arthur was continuously pushed to his back foot. Despite the fact Arthur was in the fourth dimension while Noah was not just yet, Noah was able to use his ability that had already entered the fifth dimension to suppress the king with ease. This was the benefit of an offensive ability. Unlike Lionel, who had trouble bridging this gap with just his own strength, Noah had no issue doing this. This was the power of a true variant, this was the strength of talent. Unfortunately, Noah's abilities were even beyond just this. While he could use them offensively, he could use them for evasion and defense just as easily. When all of these were fused into one, Arthur could hardly find a single span to breathe, let alone counterattack. Arthur's jaw remained locked. He relied on his white lion armor to withstand much of the pressure his body couldn't. He coated his body in the light element, using light body to give himself a small boost in speed and attacking quickness. Noah's saber swung down from above. The instant before it made contact with Arthur, Noah increased its density and weight by more than tenfold. Arthur's knees bent beneath the pressure, his two hands gripping his sword with all his might. If it wasn't for the fact Excalibur was a quasi-bronze treasure on the brink of becoming a true bronze treasure, it would be a wonder if it survived for so long. Give up. Noah said coldly. By now, Noah's mind had calmed considerably. Having had time to observe Aina's state, it really seemed like she might die at any moment. Though he didn't know what was wrong with her, it, at the very least, seemed that she wouldn't be able to use such strength in the meanwhile. Noah was content to watch Aina slowly die in this fashion. As such, his battle had become less about quickly capturing her, and more about displaying the might of the Empire, all while not allowing anyone to help Aina. If she could die, that would be the best. If not, he would settle for her being crippled. Regardless of what truly happened, there would be a greater chance of his ideal outcome occurring as long as he continued to stall. Across the battlefield, Mordred and Guinevere were dealing with the same issue. Since even they, as the weaker party, had been able to stop Noah and Jessica from capturing Aina, how much easier was it for them to do the same? Mordred grew anxious as Aina's breath grew fainter. Her senses had been locked onto the young girl from the very beginning, but there was nothing she could do. Not to mention the fact she didn't have any healing spells in her arsenal. Even if she did, how would she have the time to cast it? Damn it. Jessica's expression remained cold and indifferent. She controlled her beast partners to maintain a safe distance while continuously harassing Mordred. You all have no idea what you're doing. Mordred spoke through gritted teeth. If that boy finds out what's happening here, he'll lose his mind. Mordred didn't know if Lionel's name held any weight in the Empire. She had seen Lionel's life, so she knew that he was nothing but a commoner in their eyes. She also knew that his gene analysis exam hadn't made him out to be one of the top-tier talents of the Ascension Empire. So, she didn't bother to say Lionel's name. She only hoped to find an opening by speaking nonsense. In truth, Mordred didn't know if Lionel could make a difference either. She had no idea what was happening on the other battlefield. All she knew from Lionel's life was that the boy really hated to lose. Behind that unassuming, carefree smile, there was a wild beast he hadn't let out even now. But, if there was one person who could cause him to unleash it, maybe in some ways, the beast inside Lionel was the only thing that could compare to the monster inside Aina. Jessica paused slightly at Mordred's words. Though she didn't say a name, there was one person on this planet that she suddenly remembered she had yet to lay eyes on. Didn't His Majesty say that the second prince should be here? But why is it that he didn't appear on such an important battlefield? Noah kicked at Arthur's chest. With his knees bent and his arms completely focused on blocking Noah's saber from above, there was simply nothing Arthur could do. Bang! It felt as though he had been hit by a charging rhino. Noah's legs carried so much weight behind them that even Arthur's armor couldn't block all of the force. Arthur shot back like a ball out of a cannon, his body leaving streaks of whistling wind in its wake. Arthur! Guinevere's shout crossed the battlefield. But, being pincered from all sides, she couldn't take a step forward, let alone charge out on her own. Mordred's gaze flickered, biting down on her teeth so hard the blood almost leaked from her gums. Arthur struggled to stand. He could practically hear the cracking of his ribs beneath his strain. But he had to stand, he couldn't afford not to. It had been a long time since Arthur felt this way. The reality of not being good enough hadn't come crashing down around him for a good long while now. He realized at this moment that this was what he had been missing for so many years. Another mountain to climb, another peak to cross. Only like this could he avoid becoming that version of himself his wife almost abandoned and his daughter despised so. Alright, come on then. Arthur's voice came out in a growl. In fact, it wasn't even because he was enraged, he simply couldn't muster up the strength to project his true voice. Every breath made it feel as though thousands of daggers were stabbing into his lungs. I guess I can only use it, then. Noah seemed to cross the distance between them in a single step, his saber swinging down as though a part of his body. The strike was fierce and all-encompassing. Maybe it was because Noah had run out of patience, but it seemed as though he had truly struck to kill this time. Without even the strength to lift his arms or even breathe properly, what chance did Arthur stand? No. Guinevere and Mordred struggled with all their might. Even Lancelot tried to push himself up from the ground, ignoring his broken legs. But it was all useless. It was at the moment Arthur's neck was about to be severed that his body suddenly flickered with a blinding golden light. In a mind-numbingly stupid feat, Arthur threw his sword to the side at the last instant. Clang! Noah's brow furrowed. His saber clashed against Arthur's armor. But there was no Arthur. A streak of golden light zipped about as Arthur's armor and Excalibur crashed to the ground. It shot around in a circle as though it could hardly control itself before landing just before Arthur's thrown sword. In one instant, there was a streak of gold, and in the next, a naked man appeared, wielding a sword. Damn it! Arthur grit his teeth. He was king, but now his bare bottom was exposed for all to see. How was he going to live this one down? Chapter 493. Arthur concentrated, eventually managing to make his lower half a mist of light while maintaining a corporeal upper body. Only then did he sigh a breath of relief. His ability was far too difficult to control. It wasn't because its actual activation was difficult. That alone was as easy as breathing. It already felt as though it was a part of him. However, there were two problems. The first was that he couldn't take any objects with him when he activated his ability. Well, this wasn't entirely accurate. When it came to ordinary objects, if Arthur concentrated, he could turn them into flowing lights as well. He could even take these items with him as he entered his flowing light state. The issue was that he didn't have time to concentrate so much on a single task in battle. Beyond that, when it came to more substantial objects, the level of concentration needed increased explosively. The larger the object and the more valuable it was, the more difficult the process became. At Arthur's current level of proficiency, only the most mundane items from the third dimension could be taken with him. He couldn't even think of taking even the weakest fourth-dimensional existences, let alone his armor or Excalibur that were just mere half-steps from the fifth. Such a reality made Arthur's unwillingness obvious. If he wanted to use his ability, he would need to be stark naked. And, even if he was willing to do this, he would have to abandon his weapon most of the time. However, aside from this, Arthur knew how truly frightening his ability could be if used properly. He was practically invulnerable, his affinity with the light element skyrocketed to the point that maybe only Lionel was above him in regards to citizens of Earth, and even that wasn't guaranteed. Also, in his flow-like state, he could practically ignore the previous injuries to his body. This last part was maybe the most useful at this moment. Since Arthur's body was practically entirely formed of light particles, its individual parts were far less reliant on each other. If he controlled his injuries to entering a flow state, he wouldn't feel any pain. In addition, his healing accelerated in his flow state. Still, all of this led to his second problem: he was too fast. So fast that he couldn't even properly control his own body. It made it almost too difficult to battle in this state. His mind simply couldn't keep up with his movements. However, Noah didn't need to know this. Arthur just needed an opening. Just one opening to injure the prince enough to force him into a retreat. As long as he could do this, then they could stabilize Aina's situation and hopefully find another solution to deal with the Empire. What Arthur didn't expect, though, was that even as he was preparing to fight and even as Noah was sizing him up, that the battlefield would suddenly freeze. As though it had been plunged into an icy hell, their hearts all came to a grinding halt in that very instant. Moments ago Lionel shot through the skies on his shuttle, leaving a trail of gold in his wake. The little minx snuggled cozily in his hair, a light black fog emitting from its body. The good thing about Camelot was that he didn't need to worry about invalids. Maybe it was because of their origin, but as the people of Camelot awakened to their abilities, none of them failed. This might very well have been another hidden reward of a mythological zone. Right now, Earth was indeed in dire need of population. They hardly had a few million people remaining. Of course, Camelot's appearance might not even double their current populace, but such an influx of talents couldn't be underestimated. As things stood at the moment, these people of Camelot wouldn't be useful in a short time. But, if there were some changes to the overall political climate of Camelot, they wouldn't be a long ways away from becoming assets. The situation in the Demon Empire has been stabilized. If White City committed as much manpower as I think they did, they're likely not far away from being finished. The only remaining variable is City Lord White and her power level. Unfortunately, though Lionel was likely more informed about terrain than most others of Earth, he was still lacking in such details. Though he understood how strength levels functioned in the fourth dimension now, that wouldn't help him very much unless he could personally lay eyes on City Lord White. I should have enough trump cards to deal with the situation. But it's odd, the Empire's army, why haven't I run into them yet? Lionel shook his head, a light smile suddenly coating his face as he thought of something. Aina's birthday should be tomorrow. Just a couple hours, actually. I wonder if she'll like her present. Lionel's eyes glowed. He had given Aina a lot of space in the past few months, allowing her the time she needed to work through her emotions. Though he considered himself to have high emotional intelligence, he was still new to romantic relationships. His entire mind was filled with idealized versions of love he had seen in those vintage movies his dad always made him watch. But those movies always ended when the guy got the girl. Why did none of them ever explain what to do after that? Oh, that should be the HM? Lionel's mind went blank. He saw a massive battlefield, filled with corpses, many of which didn't seem to have a single ounce of blood remaining within them. However, this wasn't what shocked Lionel. There were all sorts of people with all sorts of abilities. It wasn't too hard to believe that someone might have a blood-leeching ability. What shocked him was the fact that he could see what remained of White City's army still retreating into the distance, turning tail from the battlefield as fast as they could. Lionel could easily pick them out even without having participated in the battle. The black robes accented by white soft armor was too easy for him to pick out with his senses. But if White City was retreating, why was there still a massive battle going on down below? Lionel's gaze swept through, his mind working in overdrive as he tried to piece together what he was seeing. He first laid eyes on Guinevere, who had become the core of a group rebuffing what looked like a bunch of youths with astonishing strength. Then there was King Arthur, who had shed his armor. Where were his feet and legs? How had they become rays of light? Mordred? She was battling another youth who seemed to be a beast master. Where did all these young elites come from? Lionel's gaze narrowed with understanding. As expected, according to his previous analysis, the Empire wouldn't have taken Camelot very seriously and would use it as a training ground for their promising talents. So it seemed that they had repelled White City but broke down due to infighting in the end anyway. But even if they wanted to fight, would they really choose to do so right here and right now? Something must have sparked it. What could have? Lionel froze. In that moment, the whole world seemed to vanish. In his vision, only a petite young woman madly convulsing remained. Lionel's heart stopped beating, his breath becoming as shallow as a dead man's. He watched as Jessica tried to direct her beasts around Mordred, forcing the Demon Empress to block them. He watched as Noah blocked Arthur's path toward healing the young woman. He watched as Niall and the others tried to press past Guinevere's troop. And then, he saw red. Chapter 494. Wild fluctuations of red-violet aura surged around Lionel. A towering tornado of force swirled around his body, bronze runes flickering into existence across his skin. The little mink woke from his nap, low growls standing its hair on end. At that moment, everyone's sights focused toward the same direction. With how high up Lionel's shuttle had been, he was nothing but a faint black dot in the sky. But there was no denying the surge of energy coming from that direction. Even those without the ability to see so far could feel the changes. Lionel's shuttle morphed into a surfboard, streaking down from the clouds as though a meteor crashing toward the earth. By the time he got in range for those without sensory abilities to see him clearly, the cold stoicism on his face was all anyone could seem to focus on. It felt as though it was a dam holding back the raging waters of his fury. Beneath that placid exterior, there was a volcano on the verge of eruption. Seeing Lionel's appearance, Mordred was among the few who sighed a breath of relief. She knew that if Lionel was here, then that must mean that the situation on the other battlefield had already been dealt with. And, judging by his current appearance, it was also clear that he already had a minor grasp of exactly what was happening here. Isn't he descending too fast, though? Mordred couldn't help but worry. She knew how deep Lionel's feelings for Aina were. In such a situation, she couldn't even be certain that he would care much about his own safety. Just as Mordred was about to try to warn Lionel, his surfboard came to a grinding halt, causing her heart to stutter. The shearing forces of such abrupt changes in speed would be no different to crashing into the ground. Was Lionel trying to kill himself? However, what was even more shocking than this was the fact that Lionel seemed completely unaffected. In fact, before anyone could wonder why he was still 20 meters above the ground, his surfboard vanished, leaving him to plummet to the ground on his own. At that moment, Niall finally awoke from his stupor. He didn't know who this person was, but judging by the way his gaze had been locked onto Aina from start to finish, Niall could already guess what this unknown entity's goal was. Stop him. Long-ranged units, fire. Niall had already been directing a small troop against Guinevere and the remaining 5 knights of the Round Table. So, hearing his new orders now, the transition was seamless. However, it was as though Lionel couldn't even see the arrows streaking toward him. He hardly said a word, yet a strong current of earth elemental energies formed a bronze bell around him. Pung! 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 The barrage didn't even stand a chance. Let alone cracking Lionel's defenses, they rebounded away without suspense. Bang! Lionel crashed heavily into the ground. However, the sight of him breaking several bones or becoming a pile of mush never occurred. A small crater splintered out beneath his weight. But, Lionel had hardly felt his 2 feet touch earth before he shot forward. For a moment, he looked no different from King Arthur. His body almost became a streak of golden light, blazing a trail past Niall and his men to appear beside Aina in a flash. No one could react. Not a single soul could even comprehend what was happening. How had a single person managed to complete what so many of them had been trying to for the last several minutes? Lionel fell to his knees beside Aina's convulsing body, his gaze finally giving way to emotion. Watching her in this state, he almost felt as though her pain was his own. The pain of opening his lineage factor, the torture he had put his hands through over the past months, even those savage beatings he had taken at the hands of Lamorak, none of those things could match the pain he was feeling now. He didn't care about the foul odor coming from Aina's body, nor did he care that her face was completely unrecognizable beneath the inflamed scars that had begun to travel down her neck. He slid a hand beneath her head, hoping that the tilt would help her expel more of the black blood without her choking on it. What do I do? What's wrong with her? Lionel's first instinct was to cast as many grand heals as he could. But, his instincts told him doing so would be useless. Ping, replying to seed, 1-star monolayered curse detected. According to analysis, curse was implemented during infancy, making it near the strength of a 4-star tetralayered curse in efficacy. Lionel's pupils flickered. A curse? He didn't know anything about them. He wasn't sure of what the nomenclature meant and what the difference between a 1-star monolayered curse and a 4-star tetralayered curse was. But, this did confirm one thing to him: Aina's scars weren't so simple. Before, he thought that the reason the cleansing waters managed to help their inflammation was due to the fact it had cured them of their infections. To a layman, Aina's scars looked like infected wounds that might burst with pus at any moment. In fact, Lionel thought this was the case as well. Cleansing water had the ability to rid the body of impurities, refresh the mind, and heal minor injuries. As far as Lionel was aware, anyway. He never truly felt anything particularly special about the cleansing waters, especially since his supply was so abundant. It wasn't until Aina spoke of its specialness that he finally raised an eyebrow. But now, it was exactly what Aina needed. The segmented cube appeared. Under Lionel's control, streams of water exited and flowed into Aina's nostrils and lips. The effect was slow and hardly noticeable, but with Lionel's senses, he easily picked up on them. Though the impact wasn't as great as Lionel hoped, it was still a small light at the end of the tunnel. Lionel's gaze suddenly sharpened. With calm movements, he sent Aina into the bathhouse of the segmented cube. If she was immersed in water, the process would be much easier. Take care of her, Black Star. Lionel sent the little mink in after her and slowly rose, his cold demeanor returning. He looked over his shoulder, his eyes locking onto Niall's legion. Which one of you is responsible for what happened? The voice was emotionless and soft, but those who heard it felt as though they had been thrust into the pits of hell. Chapter 495. Lionel's gaze locked onto Niall, who had begun to approach him with their group. Niall's jaw clenched, his body tensing. It felt like a python was slowly constricting around his body. This sort of aura, he had only ever sensed it from Prince Noah. He didn't understand how such presence could also come from a young man who seemed to be at least a few years his junior. However, Niall remained standing. Other than his slightly abnormal breathing, one would never think that anything was wrong with him. This is the official business of the Empire and His Highness, Prince Fox. This isn't something you should meddle in. Lionel slowly turned to face Niall. Is that the question I asked? Indifference. Disregard. One could easily see by Lionel's wrist that much like Aina, he too was a citizen of the Empire. But, unlike Aina, who had chosen to acquiesce to their demands for the sake of not splintering relations, Lionel simply did not care. I asked you a very simple question. Lionel took a step forward. Who is responsible? Niall stood, his spine shivering. He gripped his spear as tightly as he could, trying to calm himself. But, despite the endless battles he had experienced, he couldn't seem to find any sense of peace beneath Lionel's glare. It was fine for someone of Camelot to not understand the strength of the Empire, but Lionel, as a person who had grown up within its walls and been indoctrinated since birth, shouldn't be so ignorant. It should be almost impossible for anyone indoctrinated to such an extent to defect, especially not if they were so talented. Anyone with Lionel's level of talent was most definitely a 5-star professional. Such existences received the best schooling and had the deepest understanding of the Empire. Their deification of the Fox royal family should practically be ingrained into their bones. Yet, Lionel didn't even blink an eye when the Empire was mentioned. His breathing didn't hitch, his heart didn't skip a beat, his eyes didn't even blink. At that moment, Niall didn't deny it any longer. If he opened his mouth and told Lionel that the Emperor himself was responsible, there was no doubt that Lionel would brandish his spear toward the capital. It was me. I gave the order for her capture. At that moment, a calm voice sounded. Such a voice should have soothed the atmosphere, but the brunt of it held an aura that soared, colliding with Lionel's. For a moment, the muffled sounds of 2 clashing titans reverberated through the air. However, it was for just a moment. Because upon hearing such words, Lionel didn't breathe a word. As though a beast released from its chain, violent winds surged around Lionel's foot as he planted on the ground hard, shooting toward Noah, a red-violet color flickering in his gaze. Prince. Niall's eyes widened. He forced his body to move, trying to intercept Lionel's path. Lionel almost seemed to look through Niall. It was as though the latter hadn't blocked his path in the slightest. He might as well have been no different from a gust of wind. The prince isn't someone you can casually cross. Niall roared, but from an objective party's vantage point, he seemed to be trying to shout his fear away. Those who were just under his command, even to this point, didn't seem to have the ability to move in the slightest. Even after seeing through to Lionel's goal, they felt that their movements were sluggish and uncoordinated. Niall brandished his spear, piercing it forward with all his might. Crackling lightning flickered within his irises, dancing within them and leaving arcs of blue in their wake. His spear seemed to react in kind, its tip crackling with the same fierceness. Niall didn't believe that the bronze bell that surrounded Lionel could deflect his strike just as easily. But, What was shocking was that the illusory bell dissipated just when Lionel entered the range of Niall's blade. "Piss off," Lionel said coldly, his fist whipping forward. The sound of his bones popping and his muscles stretching resounded. In one moment, Lionel seemed like just a single man. But in the next, he was like the scorching sun. Niles couldn't believe that Lionel would try to meet his spear with a bare hand. He had never seen such a foolish battle tactic. Even if Lionel was a master of hand-to-hand combat, shouldn't he at least use gloves to cover his flesh? However, what truly happened left Niall at a complete loss. Just when it seemed that Lionel's fist would be split in two, his spear completely shattered. In that moment, he felt as though someone was looking at him from above, a gaze of indifference and disdain coloring their features. To use a spear before a god, what was he thinking? All thoughts of resistance crumbled. He couldn't even react before Lionel's fist tore a hole through his collarbone and shoulder. The strike was so fierce and swift that he wasn't even thrown back. He looked down at his barely attached arm, the pain still not having traveled to his brain just yet. But, by then, Lionel had already shot by him and appeared before Noah. Lionel's strike was so fast that not even the faintest hint of blood could be found on him. Yet, the punch he sent toward Noah seemed to be far beyond the first. The world seemed to revolve around Lionel. Scenes of mellow springs, harsh winters, blazing summers and vibrant falls whirled around him. Universal force fell down from above, illuminating Lionel in a golden halo that seemed to fuse perfectly with his violet bronze aura. Noah reacted quickly, sending a fist forward with his free hand. Lionel was simply too fast, he didn't have the time to swing his saber or lower its weight. However, his body had already been refined to the point of rivaling Diamond during his battle with Arthur. He didn't believe that Lionel's body could be stronger than his own. Unfortunately. What was a diamond, a third-dimensional rock, in comparison to a body refined to the standards of a fourth-dimensional metal? Bang! Noah winced. He felt his skin fracture in several places before an unimaginable strength traveled through his arm and into his body. He was sent flying tens of meters, his body crashing into the ground and leaving a half-a-meter deep trench as it was dragged along. The pain she experienced. It'll make you suffer tenfold. Lionel's back stood as straight as a javelin, vibrant energies swirling around him. His bronze hair sounded like snapped whips in the wind, a radiant halo shimmering above his head. His violet-red eyes locked onto the prince, a deep, murderous aura exuding from him. Prince of an empire? He didn't care. He would make him pay. Chapter 496. Prince. Jessica's countenance shifted. She hadn't believed that the difference between Lionel and Noah would be so stark. But, by the time she was ready to make a move, Mordred had blocked her path. I already warned you what would happen if you continued down this path. He isn't a person that likes to kill, so don't force him to. It's better if you let him vent his rage. If you try to interfere, I can't guarantee that you'll come out in one piece. Jessica almost couldn't believe the ridiculous nature of Mordred's words. Her cold expression cracked, giving way to a slight hint of rage. Let me through. Mordred waved her wand, causing several black tendrils of darkness to shoot up from the ground, obstructing the path of Jessica's beasts. The aura around Lionel soared. The pillar of golden light enveloping him made it seem as though he was a chosen. His rage was the universe's rage. If he wanted someone to suffer, they would. Nothing more, nothing less. Noah stood from the ground, a deep frown coloring his face as he looked toward the fractures trailing up his arm. Normal skin wouldn't fracture like this, but he had changed the chemical structure of his own. Though it made it far harder, it also gained an added brittleness it didn't have before. Usually, it would be impossible to reach the threshold necessary to crack his skin. Yet, Lionel had done it with a single casual punch. Noah's jaw steeled, his saber raising into the air. He didn't think that he would run into someone so powerful here. By now, he was more than 90% certain that this person was in fact Lionel. He didn't believe that there was anyone else on this moon who could have such strength and also be a member of the Empire. And that aura. Only the royal family had it, only those with fox blood running through their veins could display such presence. However, even though Noah was almost certain of this, he didn't voice his conjectures. He had his own pride. To weasel his way out of this situation by revealing his identity would be something beneath his dignity. And, even if he was willing to do such a debasing thing, Noah still didn't know much about Lionel. For all he knew, Lionel was already aware of his identity and didn't even care about the fact they were of the same blood. The only person Noah would lower his head to was his grandfather. As for anyone else, they could taste his saber. Noah grew explosively in size, soon reaching to just over 3 meters. Though he wasn't as the 5-meter height he reached when battling City Lord White, the density of his bones, blood and muscle couldn't even be compared. This was his true strongest state. The sound of slashing winds circled around him, his blue blade radiating with a glow. "You've stepped into the peak of the Four Seasons realm," Noah said coldly. By his demeanor, he was clearly not asking a question. Rather, he was simply stating a fact. But, just by his mere actions, Jessica and the others were stunned. Noah wasn't a person who spoke in battle, he was a person who hardly spoke at all. Yet, he was actually doing exactly that now. Though your fist force is powerful, it's only the product of someone else's understanding. It'll show you the true Four Seasons realm. Noah's indifferent voice faded beneath the sound of howling winds. At that moment, the temperature plummeted, an icy chill seeping into all of their bodies. In the beginning, Noah thought that Lionel's fist force had been comprehended by himself. This reality left him feeling somewhat stifled. To succeed in such a thing at such a young age was far beyond anything Noah had ever seen before. But, it was after Noah's fist came into contact with Lionel's that he knew that this wasn't quite right. Somehow, Lionel's Four Seasons realm seemed above the second-tier comprehension, but below the self-comprehended third tier. This gave the illusion that it was more powerful than it really was. That said, even though Noah hadn't reached completion of the Four Seasons realm and could only embody winter, he had relied on himself. Noah shot forward, his icy blue blade carrying with it the heart of winter's past. Lionel stood amidst the harsh winds. He could even feel his own universe force weakening beneath Noah's. Images of a harsh winter landscape enveloped the battlefield. The sun in the sky seemed to dim and the land beneath their feet seemed to quickly become covered in ice. Lionel sank into a boxer's stance. He didn't keep his spear hidden as a trump card. He didn't ignore his bow for the sake of making a point. He used his fists simply because he wanted to feel Noah's flesh deform beneath his knuckles. He wanted to savor the cracking of his bones, the bleeding of his flesh. They say that every dragon has a reverse scale. It was just unfortunate that Noah had yet to realize that he had touched Lionel's. Lionel's right hand hung up by his chin, his left leaning forward. Just when Noah's icy domain seemed to envelop him completely, he moved again, the violet red of his gaze flickering. Lionel's left jabbed. It was a movement without the slightest wasted effort. Images of a winged swordsman perfectly matching his footwork to his attacks played in Lionel's mind, allowing his body to slide into the style seamlessly. A halo of universe force coated Lionel's fist as he met Noah's blade. All the air of the battlefield seemed to surge toward the two. Barely a foot of space separated Noah's blade from the flesh of Lionel's fist, but neither could seem to move forward even another inch. Shoo! Bang! The air concentrated into a single point before exploding outward with a raging ferocity. The accumulating snow was blasted away, leaving a crater of brown soil around them. Noah's emerald eyes looked down at Lionel, his white gold hair whipping beneath the aftermath of their clash. Lionel looked up to meet his gaze, a fury hidden deep within their indifference. Noah coughed suddenly, blood leaking from his lips as his arm trembled. Chapter 497. When he met Lionel's fist, Noah felt as though he had crashed into an immovable wall. All the strength he placed into his strike seemed to reflect back, reverberating throughout his body in an unbridled fashion. In this form, he concentrated all of his strength into power. As a result, his inner organs were completely unprotected, leaving him suffering the brunt of a strike he wasn't quite prepared for. Noah could tell that his use of universe force was beyond Lionel's. Yet, their overall strength was too far apart. Noah didn't know what Lionel's ability was, but at this moment, he had no choice but to believe that Lionel had a body-related ability even better than his own. No, it isn't that simple. He's too fast, more than 3 or 4 times as fast as I am in this form. And, instead of using the speed to whittle me down slowly, he can instead perfectly fuse his movement with his attack, giving his punches far more strength than they otherwise would have. Noah shuddered when he had this thought. An elite fighter would be able to bring out 80 to 90% of their full strength consistently, only monsters would be able to touch upon 95% and above consistently. But, even the greatest masters shouldn't be able to guarantee touching 100%. Yet, if Noah's calculations were correct, let alone using 100% of his strength, Lionel was closer to 200 or even 300%. This is a martial art. By this point, Noah realized that this perfect fusion of speed and attack had to be a style. There was no other explanation. But, Noah had never run across a style so perfect for a person. Such a boost to strength, it was unimaginable. Unfortunately for Noah, Lionel seemed to have no intention of stopping. The instant his left jab blocked Noah's strike, his hips had already spun, winding with a fear-inducing amount of torque. Lionel's body was like a streak of light, crossing into Noah's attack range and hooking a punch at his torso. Lionel didn't seem to care that Noah stood a meter taller than him. Even if he was 10 meters taller, Lionel would cut him down just the same. Noah's torso flexed, the armors he wore radiating with a faint light. But, Lionel's right fist continued as though he didn't sense a thing. Bang! Oof! Noah felt as though all the air in his lungs had been knocked out at once. He swung his saber to the side, trying to get Lionel to back off. But, because of its length, the blade was effectively a mid-ranged weapon. In such close quarters, its flexibility was lacking. Lionel simply shifted to the side, rolling his shoulder to block the flat of Noah's blade. His movements held a natural air to them, interrupting the prince's attempt. Lionel's fists suddenly accelerated. His form was textbook, as though he was perfectly reflecting the dreams of all orthodox boxing. A quick 3-punch combo left shocking dents in Noah's armor. From afar, it looks as though 3 cannonballs had crashed into his torso, shredding his inner organs to minced meat. But, the armor recovered quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was as though nothing had happened at all. Unfortunately for Noah, Lionel's barrage didn't come to a stop. The fists rained down with such speed and quickness that pain was all Noah could feel. Even his attempts at brandishing his saber ended in vicious counters that left his right arm practically useless. If Noah didn't know better, he would think that Lionel's ability was to see the future. Even before his muscles could twitch, Lionel's fist would interrupt his next attempted movement, leaving his mouth practically foaming with blood. Your Highness. Jessica's cold, aloof expression finally collapsed completely. Sensing Jessica's agitation, the 4-armed white ape seemed to have a breakthrough, charging past Mordred's blockade. A sharp gash appeared on its back, leaving its white fur matted in blood. But, it didn't seem to notice, its enraged roar bearing down on Lionel from his back. Lionel! Mordred shouted out a warning. She was a veteran of battle. She could tell that the difference between Noah and Lionel wasn't so large. It was just that Lionel's combat effectiveness had gained him the upper hand. Mordred knew that this was reliant on Lionel's ability. But, just as easily as Lionel gained the initiative, he could just as easily lose it. The reality, though, was that Mordred still underestimated Lionel. Lionel didn't even turn back to the ape. He pretended as though it wasn't approaching him at all. Noah tried to retreat, but between the two of them, who had the greater speed? And, with Lionel's ability to predict Noah's movements before they even came to fruition, what chance did he have of distancing himself from Lionel's fists? Noah's armor became like a field of fallen meteors. Lionel's movements were so perfect and flawless that even the strength of his punches didn't seem to be enough to give Noah any momentum to retreat. Lionel stuck to him as though dancing to a rhythm. Every time the ape came close enough to attack, Lionel's hips would shift and his feet would shuffle, his barrage of attacks forcing Noah's back toward the infuriated ape. Noah's eyes lost focus, his body seizing. Whatever control he had over his ability faded, causing his figure to shrink. Lionel's rain of fists was relentless. His cold and indifferent gaze flashed with a ruby red. It felt as though he couldn't hit this prince enough, as though no amount of pain Noah suffered would appease him. He didn't even care about the expenditure of his dream force. He had long since activated his dreamscape battle sense in full force. There was nothing more he wanted in this world than to bury this bastard. Please. Please stop. Jessica's voice was hardly rose over the sound of Lionel's fists hitting Noah. Even as his own blood coated his knuckles, he hardly reacted in the slightest. Please, Lionel. He's your cousin. You share a grandfather. Stop. Chapter 498. Lionel's endless barrage of fists suddenly came to a grinding halt, his indifferent gaze flickering. Unconscious, Noah finally fell heavily to the ground, his breathing short and hurried. Maybe he could consider himself lucky to be in such a state, or it would be impossible to measure the amount of pain he would be in. At that moment, the roaring white ape finally got an opening to attack, but it seemed to lose its will when Lionel swept a gaze over it. It felt a heavy gravity field envelop it, making its knees tremble. Lionel frowned, shifting his senses toward Jessica, who was still in a state of agitation. Ignoring everything else, Lionel's palm flipped over to reveal the flat disc-like dictionary. Who is my grandfather? Ping, the dictionary flickered, causing Lionel's eyes to narrow. It had been a long time since one of his questions caused a recording to appear. Usually, if Lionel didn't want to watch a mechanical version of his father, he had to go back and watch the lessons his old man left on force crafting. But, it seemed he wouldn't have to this time. I never expected you to ask this question. Lionel's father appeared with his usual carefree demeanor, scratching the back of his head. Eventually, he pushed his glasses up and looked forward. I know you wouldn't care enough to ask on your own, so it must have been some busybody flapping their gums a bit too much. AI, what a headache. Lionel didn't seem to realize that the entire battlefield had focused on him. In fact, the others felt their knees go weak, any surprise they felt for Lionel being a member of the royal family being washed away by the sight of the man in the projection. It wasn't because they recognized who this man was, but because, just his projection made them feel as though they were standing in the presence of a wild beast. But, what was maybe more shocking was the fact that Lionel seemed completely unaffected. Lionel had lived with his father all his life, so how could he possibly notice the kind of effect he had on others? Just his mere projection was like a stranglehold on all those who saw it. It felt like his words were accusing them of wrongdoing, as though it was their fault Lionel was asking this question and that he now had to answer it. Noah coughed violently at Lionel's feet. But, simply had no strength to stand. Even knowing that Lionel was looming over him, there was nothing he could do. His eyes locked onto the projection. He didn't know who this man was, but considering his resemblance to Lionel, was this the uncle his grandfather had said was far beyond what his mother could compare to? Forget it. Your grandfather is dead. Lionel's expression flickered. He suddenly realized that this recording must be about his other grandfather, unless Jessica had really been lying, that is. As far as he was aware, Emperor Fox wasn't dead, so this could only mean that his father wasn't talking about him. Still, Lionel didn't react much to this. His grandparents had never been in his life, so one way or another, he had always assumed they were dead. Like his mother before he had memories of her, he didn't care much. Well, he didn't care much until he saw a flicker of rage in his father's expression. In all his life, Lionel had never seen his father become angry. Much of his own personality came from his father, the same cheery, charming smile they shared obviously originated from him. There was only one time Lionel could even remember his father displaying any emotion other than carefreeness, and that was when he spoke about treating familiars like friends. Back then, Lionel's father had been adamant that he must treat his metal spirit well. But, even then, though his father had formed a murderous aura, it wasn't rage. It wasn't this kind of visceral gut punch this projection was reflecting now. The temperature of the surroundings seemed to plummet. This part of the recording will only trigger if you've mentioned Scarlet Star Force and your grandfather, while also reaching a certain standard of strength. It seems that you haven't just yet, so this is all I will say. The recording flickered and disappeared, leaving Lionel staring coldly at the silver disc in his hand. His father's words were short and brisk, but they already made his already foul mood worse. Jessica panicked. When she sensed the shift in Lionel's mood, she thought that he would think she had been lying. Though she didn't know what that treasure of Lionel's was, she could tell that Lionel trusted it. But, it was also impossible for Emperor Fox to be dead. Just saying such a thing was tantamount to questioning the royal family's sovereignty, not that Jessica dared to bring up such a thing now. It must be his paternal grandfather that recording is speaking about. That's right, I just need him to ask about his mater. Before Jessica could finish her thought, Lionel had already spoken again, his voice carrying a chill several times more potent than the last. Is Emperor Fox my grandfather? Ping! To Lionel's surprise, another recording formed soon after the first. This time, his father's presence was much more casual. Even still, Jessica and others felt as though their bodies were being constricted to the point where even breathing became difficult. Oh, you finally found out about that old fart, huh? Those members of the Empire choked on their own spit. This was the Emperor they were talking about. Who dared to call him an old fart? Gervais is indeed your grandfather. Only after meeting him did I learn where your mother gets her hard-headedness. Now that I think about it, you're stubborn like that too, Aya, my precious Jean Poole. I should consider getting myself a concubine or something. Lionel's father unwittingly shivered and looked over his shoulder as though checking for something. Only then did he sigh a breath of relief, feeling pleased with himself as though he had gotten away with something. Still, be careful of that old fart. His ambitions reach far and family isn't his main priority. Whatever, he's still your grandfather. Do as you please, I guess. Chapter 499. Maybe when someone learned that they secretly had a great background, they would be ecstatic. All their worries and hardships would now be coming to an end and they could finally live out a life of peace. However, this wasn't how Lionel reacted in the slightest. The first thing he thought of when he learned the truth was the number of people who had died when the metamorphosis began. No, died wasn't the proper term. They had been sacrificed. For the sake of having an easier path of development and having less invalids to deal with, these people had been discarded like trash by this emperor that also happened to be his grandfather. Lionel didn't particularly feel abandoned by his grandfather either. Another human reaction would be to feel as though his existence had been ignored for so long. If his grandfather knew he had another grandson, why didn't he come into contact with him sooner? But, once again, Lionel didn't feel like this. Lionel could tell from all the clues that his father likely originated from a higher dimensional world. If he couldn't piece this together, then whatever worth his calculative mind had would be next to zero. Due to understanding this, he knew that the relation between his family members was likely quite strained and odd. By convention, a son-in-law should respect his father-in-law, but it was difficult to do so if the son-in-law's standing was so much higher. Things might be fine if Gervais Fox was a normal man, but he was the emperor of maybe the most talented fledgling world in existence. He was used to lording over people and having unmatched status, so what kind of oddities would it cause if his daughter suddenly married someone above him? The first thought that someone would have in this situation was that Emperor Fox might use the Morales clan to climb to a larger stage. But, judging by his father's demeanor, Lionel could tell that he actually had respect for his grandfather. Knowing his father, it was impossible for him to respect someone who would use such means to climb the social ladder. This likely meant that not only did his grandfather likely have a demeanor that at the very least treated Lionel's father as an equal, it also meant that it was even more likely that he treated Lionel's father as someone beneath him. If those of the dimensional verse knew that a man of the third dimension had dared to treat a core member of the Morales clan in such a way, who knows how they would react? The Morales clan was so powerful that even an infant could likely eradicate a fourth-dimensional world on its own, let alone a third-dimensional world which Earth had been at the time of their meeting. Thinking to this point, Lionel suddenly felt he understood the odd relationship between his father and grandfather. If Emperor Fox really cared about using the Morales family and Lionel's father was in the way of this, he would have simply contacted Lionel after his father had left. Lionel wasn't a fool, since his father could leave both of the family's heirlooms with him. It meant that his standing in the Morales family wouldn't be small in the future either. But, obviously, this hadn't happened. However, this didn't make Lionel suddenly warm up to this man he had been indoctrinated to worship since his youth, nor did his emotions toward the Empire change because of it. Lionel sent a glance toward Noah, their gazes locking. He could see the same cold indifference in the latter's eyes. It didn't seem to matter that most of his bones were broken and that he couldn't even stand if he wanted to. Noah didn't say a word even as he met Lionel's look. There was no pleading, no smugness, no expectation. He was simply there. It seemed that whether Lionel chose to cripple him or kill him right then and there, he wouldn't flinch in the slightest. Jessica panicked again seeing that Lionel hadn't retreated. We didn't know that she was related to you. Jessica felt helpless. This was the only thing she could say. They truly hadn't known about Aina, the Emperor never said anything about her to them. They were only aware of Lionel's appearance here due to Emperor Fox in the first place. Since he hadn't said anything about Aina, how could they know? But, the argument was feeble and Jessica knew it. A Brazinger was a Brazinger in the end. Even if they knew Aina was related to Lionel, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't have made a move anyway. And, beyond that, this was more than just a matter of attacking a perceived enemy, it was also about attacking someone who was very likely the reason you won this battle to begin with. Even if Noah had stopped holding back and unleashed his full power like he had against Lionel, it was unlikely that City Lord White would have been defeated if not for Aina. So, what was their excuse for this, exactly? Lionel didn't respond to Jessica's words. In truth, he still wasn't aware of everything that had happened in this place. So, he obviously wasn't aware that Aina was the reason they had won the battle. That said, the fact that she had risked herself fighting for the Empire only to be treated like this in the end. This thought alone was enough to fuel his rage. Lionel turned and walked away, breaking free of Noah's gaze without a word. He crossed the battlefield and entered the segmented cube that remained waiting for him. He didn't want to bear the burden of killing a family member. But, more importantly than that, he wouldn't be able to bear doing such a thing until he understood how his mother would feel about such a thing. For now, he would let Noah go. With Lionel's disappearance, a heavy fog that hung over the battlefield seemed to dissipate. Arthur coughed lightly, sliding back into his armor to hide away his naked body. TCH, that boy sure is a demon when he gets pissed off. Arthur shook his head, his lips curling. And here I thought I finally met one of those beauty is more than skin-deep unicorns. To think that the girl he fawns over so much is actually such a beauty, what a sly fox. Arthur looked around at the mess the battlefield had become and shook his head. It seemed he would have to deal with all the heavy lifting. At this very moment, news of City Lord White's death had already traveled to the ears of the Kiafer family. Chapter 500. When Lionel walked into the bathhouse, his rage flared again. If it wasn't because Aina was in such a bad situation and needed him by her side, he might have run out again to give Noah an even more savage beating. Noah might have been his cousin, but the feeling Lionel had for Aina far outweighed whatever weak familial ties he had with him. Noah couldn't magically gain a higher regard in his heart just off the strength of their connection. While Noah was just a lost family member he had only just learned about, Aina was a woman Lionel deeply cared about. As far as he was concerned, she was his other half. Only his father and mother could hold a comparable place. The current Aina was far better than she had been just moments ago, but the struggle she was facing was still present. If it wasn't for little Blackstar using ropes of darkness to hold her in place, she might have drowned herself by now. The water splashed about, blackening under the secretions coming from Aina's body. Under some mysterious power, the cleansing water purified this blackness the further it traveled from Aina. But, unfortunately, the density around her only seemed to grow with each passing moment. Lionel stripped off his robes and entered the waters, a deep frown on his face. He propped the back of Aina's head up while submerging the rest of her body. This isn't working. Lionel shook his head and brought Aina to the edge of the pool. Using it, he pulled Aina's military boots off. When Lionel got a look at Aina's skin, he paled. He hadn't noticed before because the entirety of Aina's face and much of her neck was covered in those savage pulsing scars. But, after taking her boots off, he realized just how severe the situation was. Aina's skin, which had always had a healthy tan hue to it, was suddenly as pale as a sheet of paper. As though this wasn't terrible enough, Lionel could see her veins popping out, completely filled with a vicious black liquid that slowed the beating of her heart and clogged her arteries. Lionel moved quickly, propping up Aina's other foot to take her other boot off. But at that moment, something surprising happened. When Aina's bare foot entered the waters once again, there was a burst as a torrent of foul blood was suddenly pulled out by the cleansing water. Beneath the surface, Lionel's senses could make out how Aina's pores had opened. In fact, her skin even broke, revealing the veins beneath before healing once again. But, despite the injuries to her feet, Lionel immediately sensed a slight sigh of relief come from her lips. That's it, Lionel hesitated. Then, he furiously shook his head. This wasn't the time to be a prude. Light curtain. Lionel mumbled beneath his breath, causing a surge of light to cover Aina's body. The benefit of light curtain was that it obstructed one's vision by causing a large gathering of light. But it didn't have a physical form, so it didn't impede Lionel's actions in the slightest. Lionel realized at that point that Aina's military uniform and boots weren't normal. They protected her in battle and also had a series of spatial pockets hidden within. In that case, they were very likely impeding whatever help the cleansing waters were supposed to provide. Under normal circumstances, they would be a protection. But at the moment, they were nothing more than a hindrance. Lionel hadn't noticed it before, but the uniform itself wasn't even wet. Steeling his resolve, Lionel began to unbutton Aina's clothing. Focus. Focus. If those who had just been scared witless by Lionel saw him now, who knows how they'd react. A young man who seemed to have the strength to overturn a world in his hands was panicking at the prospect of undressing a girl. It was a sad sight to behold, indeed. Above Lionel, the little mink skipped about, making a noise that sounded like snickering. His long whiskers bounced about, a lively light in his beady little eyes. Lionel ignored the little guy, his normally nimble fingers fumbling about. Focus. Lionel shouted to himself, splitting his mind several ways. If others knew he was using such a profound ability just to dull his first ambiguous situation with a woman, Lionel's legend would surely become one big joke. Lionel's hands reached the end of Aina's buttons. Grabbing hold of her waist, he gently pulled the fabric out from their tucked position. His gaze focused on Aina's face, trying to make sure that he wasn't harming her in any way. When the waters flooded past the opening in Aina's clothing, the flood of black blood became more exaggerated. More of Aina's pores opened up, the foul liquid being pulled out by some odd osmosis. Lionel's hands slipped. After untucking Aina's military garb, he realized that there was nothing beneath but her soft skin, causing his breathing to hitch. Lionel had no idea that just moments before, Aina had snapped the bandages she used to cover her chest, leaving nothing between the fabric and her skin. With a deep gulp, Lionel carefully shifted Aina in his arms, the blinding lights of light curtain blocking his view. Carefully, he slipped her arms out of their sleeves and tossed the military uniform to the side. Lionel laid her to rest in the waters. As expected, the speed of her recovery accelerated. Lionel could even see the grotesque scars that had begun crawling toward her heart retreating at a speed a normal human would be able to spot. This left him breathing a sigh of relief. Alright, one more layer. Taking a deep breath, Lionel rested Aina's back against his bare chest and undid her pants, slowly sliding them off with a forearm wrapped around her waist. Soft. Lionel shook his head, trying to push such thoughts out of his mind. But, just the skin of Aina's back felt so supple against his chest. He felt as though he was on cloud 9. But, at the same time, he felt guilty. Aina might have been quickly recovering, but she wasn't quite out of the woods yet. He didn't want to think about such things. Aina's military pants finally slid off her slender legs, allowing Lionel to toss them to the side as well. Chapter 501. Lionel sighed a breath of relief. Once again, the speed of Aina's recovery shot up again. Sitting in the pool, Lionel allowed her to rest against his chest. Soon, her breathing stopped hitching and became calm and her head fell back against Lionel, the light sound of snoring coming from her parted lips. Lionel smiled. He quite liked this feeling. The way he could envelop her small frame in his arms and protect her, it made him feel at peace. Lionel chuckled lightly. As expected of Aina, rather than wearing delicate female underwear, from what Lionel could tell, she actually wore male boxers. Her reasoning was probably that it was more comfortable, at least for battle. Of course, Lionel was too much of a pansy to actually look with his eyes. He could just tell by how the fabric felt on his thighs. Had Mordred been there, she would have most definitely rolled her eyes. Lionel cast a silencing array over Aina's ears and brought out the dictionary once again, his expression becoming more serious. What is a 1-star monolayer curse and how does it compare to a 4-star tetralayer curse? Ping. A 1-star monolayer curse is a curse with just a single layer of complexity. It is not necessarily more or less complex than a 4-star tetralayer curse, though it is much easier to cure. Lionel frowned. What did it mean by not necessarily more or less complex? What was the point of the divisions, then? A 1-star monolayer curse can only take root in a third-dimensional existence. However, a 4-star tetralayer curse is effective even against a 6th-dimensional existence. Lionel's frown deepened. Aina was dealing with a curse that powerful? What did you mean by Aina's curse was almost as effective as a 4-star tetralayer curse? Ping. A curse's effectiveness is based on 2 factors, its complexity and its level of integration. Aina has a curse with a simple complexity, but an elite growth rate. This allows it to display more strength over time. The more the dictionary spoke, the more Lionel felt it wasn't giving him the answers he wanted. It took a while, but Lionel finally understood what he needed to know. The growth rate of a curse referred to its integration potential. Over time, some curses weakened, but other could grow stronger. Aina's curse, the 9-segmented blood leech curse, was a simple curse, but its growth rate was frightening. Though weak against adults, if implanted into an infant, the curse would be able to root itself deeply. This would result in a curse no weaker than a 4-star tetralayer curse in effect as the infant grew into adulthood. It could even grow beyond this. Technically, if this was a curse with a poor growth rate, just breaking into the 4th dimension would have been enough to dispel it. But now, if Aina wanted to break this curse without outside assistance, it would take her breaking into the 6th dimension. But, by then, the curse would have grown even more powerful. Who knows if even breaking into the 7th dimension would be helpful by that point. And, from Lionel's understanding, the greatest known powers in the dimensional verse were only of the 7th dimension, including the Morales family. So, if the curse became any more powerful, it would become next to impossible for Aina to ever think of dispelling it on her own. Can cleansing water dispel this curse? Ping. Yes. What level? Ping. Extended treatment with 5th-dimensional cleansing waters or 1 drop of 6th-dimensional cleansing waters. Will the segmented cube produce 5th and 6th-dimensional cleansing waters? Ping. Yes. Upon reaching the 3rd and 4th phases respectively, Lionel sighed a breath of relief hearing these words. This was perfect. that just meant he had to find a way to upgrade the segmented cube like he had helped it reach the second phase. However, after Lionel had this thought, he froze. In order to upgrade the segmented cube into the second phase, it had required letting it absorb force from an impossibly rare force eruption. If he wanted to upgrade it again, wouldn't he have to find a fifth-dimensional force eruption? And then a sixth-dimensional one? Lionel shuddered. Had he not awakened his metal synergy lineage factor, that force eruption would have killed him. He had no confidence in surviving a fifth-dimensional force eruption, let alone a sixth-dimensional one. And this didn't even mention the problem of finding such force eruptions to begin with. Not only would he have to travel to such worlds, but he would have to find such a rare occurrence as well. Just when Lionel thought this was enough to leave him speechless, he suddenly thought of another problem, leaving his heart in a panic. For now, Aina's curse was only approaching a 4-star tetralayer curse in effect, but it wasn't quite one yet. As such, fifth-dimensional cleansing waters could still work. But, for how much longer? How much longer will fifth-dimensional cleansing waters be effective as a cure? Ping, replying to seed. 639:19:39:08, Lionel sucked in a cold breath. 639 days. That was less than 2 years. Lionel's jaw clenched, gripping his fists tightly. The dictionary said long-term treatment was also necessary if he chose to use fifth-dimensional cleansing waters. He would have even less time than that. Fine. Let's set a limit of 500 days. Within 500 days, I need to enter the fifth dimension and be in position to look for a source to upgrade the segmented cube. Lionel was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice that Aina had already awoken. Though she noticed she was half naked and in Lionel's arms, she didn't have the reaction one would have thought. Even Lionel would have expected her to jump up and rush away. But, noticing the light curtain across her front, Aina couldn't help but smile sweetly. By now, her scars had already faded back to their knife wound-like appearance. In fact, she seemed far stronger than she had been in the past, likely due to the blood she had ingested. And now, she just felt warm. She couldn't help but adjust herself slightly, her back pressing more squarely onto Lionel. Lionel blinked. Oh, Lionel moved to get up. Since Aina was awake, there was no longer a danger of her drowning, so he didn't have to stay here. Sorry, since you're alright ill. When Lionel was about to leave, he suddenly felt Aina's slender fingers grab his forearm, clamping down tight. Aina hadn't seen Lionel in months. She didn't even need to look back to know who it was. In her time of need, he was there once again. Lionel's eyes widened slightly, but at least he wasn't dense enough to insist. He obediently sat back down and let Aina rest on his lap. Oh right. Lionel snapped a finger, causing the silencing arts around Aina's ears to vanish. The two sat in silence for a long while, Aina not relinquishing her grip on Lionel's forearm in the slightest. In fact, she somehow got a hold of his second arm and wrapped them around herself as though a spoiled child. Lionel couldn't help but smile, his heart feeling exceptionally light. You stink. Aina's soft voice stunned Lionel for a while before he broke out into laughter. Why did it seem like this was this girl's favorite thing to say to him? She wasn't exactly wrong, though. He hadn't had a bath in months. I stink too, Lionel sputtered with laughter. Even without laying eyes on it, he could see Aina's frowning pout. Stop laughing and wash my back. This time, Lionel choked. Chapter 502. Lionel was shocked to the point of speechlessness. Did he really just hear what he thought he did? You don't want to? Aina's soft voice shook Lionel to his core. She had never sounded so fragile to him before, and a part of him thought that the only reason she managed to drum up the courage to say such a thing was because she was facing away from him. Yes, yes. I'll do it. Lionel hurriedly replied. Aina stood from Lionel's lap, still facing away from him. Most of her alluring back view was obstructed by light curtain, and her long hair. But Lionel's imagination alone seemed to be capable of spinning him away into a land of fantasy. Aina slowly waded into the deeper waters until her waist was submerged. Her body shifted slightly and Lionel's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she bent over and stood again with a black fabric in her hand. That's definitely her underwear. Lionel looked toward the ceiling and gulped. Are you coming? Aina's voice sounded even weaker than before. If Lionel didn't know better, he would think that she was still wounded. Shaking his head, Lionel also stood from his seated position. He had already taken off his upper garments, revealing a toned torso, even more toned than he seemed to remember, in fact. So, all he had to do now was take off his pants. Lionel looked down toward a certain region. Behave, he said sternly. Lionel tossed his pants to the side, slowly walking forward. When Aina sensed that he was close, she shuddered slightly, but she still grabbed at her long hair, pulling it into a ponytail and sweeping it to her front. The action should have completely exposed her back to Lionel, but, light curtain, obstructed everything. Lionel activated Magic Touch, and grabbed a small towel at the edge of the pool. With the ability of the cleansing waters, soap was completely unnecessary. But, Lionel still brought out a few herbs he had found in the underground garden of the hive. He rarely had uses for these herbs, however that didn't mean that they didn't have special abilities of their own. Lionel smiled. Which scent do you like more? This one? Or, this one? Aina froze when she realized how close Lionel was. She could feel his warm breath on her neck. It was the sort of feeling that sent goosebumps racing across her body. After a while, she finally paid attention to Lionel's words. Lionel's arm stretched around her and raised two different budding flowers to her nose. One had a gentle purple color and dozens of tiny petals clumped together to form its figure. It had a slight spicy scent that tickled the nose almost like a carbonated drink. It reminded Aina of cinnamon. The other was a gentle yellow color, so pale that it almost seemed white at first glance. It only had 3 petals, but each was as large as Aina's palm and flopped about like drooping dog ears. Though Aina's hands weren't particularly big to begin with, such a size on a flower was quite surprising. This flower's scent was far more subtle. It reminded Aina somewhat of lavender, but also of freshly made apple juice. It was hard to pinpoint its exact scent, but it left her feeling intrigued. This one, Aina said softly, pointing to the yellow flower. Lionel nodded. Watch this. The number of mage arts Lionel had learned from Camelot numbered in the hundreds to even thousands. Among them, not all were tailored toward battle. In fact, the vast majority weren't. They rather existed almost as foundational understandings one could build upon. Many of the useless light elemental apprentice arts Lionel learned built the foundation for far more complex arts. But, that didn't mean that this was all the useless arts could do. There were many that existed not for the sake of battle, but rather for convenience. There was one water spell that went by the name of Fragrant Touch. It was able to concentrate natural fragrances one found in the wild into a liquid, soapy form. It was a favorite of female water mages, especially when they were out on missions. Of course, this was only because Camelot hadn't exactly invented soap. So, they found other methods. Lionel cast Fragrant Touch. At that moment, tendrils of cleansing waters spiraled up from the pool around the two, circling around the yellow flower and grinding it into a paste. That paste soon dissolved into the water and formed a thick white liquid with a hint of yellow. Just a single flower formed over a liter of this viscous liquid. Lionel allowed the blob of thick liquid to hover in the air before dabbing at the towel. Stealing his will, he approached Aina's back. Wait. Aina suddenly spoke out. HM. Lionel paused, his heart filled with half relief and half unwillingness. But, Aina's next words almost made his vision go black. Shouldn't you remove this light spell first? How are you going to help me if you can't see what you're doing? Lionel coughed. Suddenly, he felt a little lightheaded. Yes. Right. I should. Lionel dug deep and caused, light curtain, to vanish. But, no matter how he prepared himself, he still wasn't ready. The first thing he noticed was Aina's alluring silhouette. Her slender shoulders, the curve of her torso to the hips, the toned strength of her back. Lionel gulped. Though the water submerged her waist down, without the lights of light curtain, and with how crystal clear the cleansing waters were, Lionel could faintly see a distorted image that made any sort of lower body self-control he had fly out the window. Thoughts of what Aina's front view might look like took hold of his mind. Calm down. Breathe. Lionel slowly raised his hand, dabbing the towel in the yellowish liquid and reaching for Aina's back once again. When the towel met Aina's back, Lionel could almost feel the suppleness through the fabric. He gently scrubbed across her skin, watching as a soapy whiteness began to slowly form. "Can you wash my hair too?" Lionel nodded silently. At least this was much less stimulating. He could do that much, right? Soon, Lionel felt that he had regained his calm. Rather than feeling anxious, he began to enjoy the process. The silky smoothness of Aina's skin and hair gliding across his fingers was therapeutic. Chapter 503. I like this smell. What is this flower called? Aina asked. Aina closed her eyes, a calm smile on her face as Lionel shampooed her hair. The gentle smell of apple and lavender made her feel at peace. It's called an infant sun lily. Infant? Lionel nodded. If I hadn't harvested it so soon, it would have produced a fruit at maturity that had the effect of clearing the mind and amplifying fire affinity. Though, the rise in affinity is only large for the first few minutes, after that it begins to dwindle. If you wanted lasting effects, you have to consume the fruits over a long period of time. Lionel scratched the back of his head a bit awkwardly. He didn't know much about herbs, so he hadn't known at the time that he interrupted the sun lily's growth process. In fact, much of the reason its yellow color was so pale was precisely because it was still an infant. Oh, I see. I like the smell, she said softly. In that case, I can start planting them in the garden so we can have more. The abode setting was just like any other luxurious home. It had several rooms, a large bathhouse, and also had a garden. That said, Lionel didn't visit the garden very often at all. He thought of using it as a training space as there was ample room. But, his training was much more efficient if it took place in his dream world. So, there truly wasn't much of a point. Okay. Lionel's heart warmed when he heard the slight tinge of happiness in Aina's voice. Even though he couldn't see her smile, he knew it was there and that was all that mattered. Lionel covered the length of Aina's hair in the fragrant liquid. Then began to slowly wash it out, a tinge of seriousness on his face. If others saw him now, they would definitely feel that he was taking this task much too seriously. Your hair's gotten longer, Lionel commented offhandedly. Aina's hair was much longer than what he remembered. Considering the growth rate of hair, it shouldn't have been possible for such an exaggerated change to occur in just a few months. Somehow, Aina's hair had gone from barely reaching the small of her back to reach past her ankles. If she walked around like this, her hair would definitely drag across the ground. What Lionel didn't know, of course, was that this had been caused by Aina's transformation. Though the rest of her body had gone back to how it once had been, her hair didn't shorten, unfortunately. Now that Lionel thought about it, long hair was quite uncharacteristic for a woman like Aina. With her level of practicality, even down to her military uniform and boxer briefs, Lionel wouldn't have been surprised if she appeared before him completely bald one day. But, interestingly enough, she never did. In fact, back when Lionel first met Aina, her hair had been exceptionally short, no longer than Jessica's. But, after their freshman year, during their sophomore year if he recalled correctly, she began to let it grow out. Not that he minded. He quite preferred long hair. He thought it made her look particularly fairy-like. Aina blinked at Lionel's words. You don't like it? Lionel was stunned before hurriedly shaking his head. No, no. I like your long hair. It just might be slightly inconvenient for you. Aina smiled. It was a shame that Lionel couldn't see it, the slight blushing of her cheeks, the hint of pride in her eye, the gentle slope of her pink lips. I know you do. Aina spoke in words that were barely audible over the moving water. Nothing, Lionel raised his brow in confusion. He didn't understand what Aina meant by that. At that moment, Lionel washed the last of the soapy bubbles from Aina's hair. The light fragrance of apple coming from her made him feel at ease. He even forgot about his previous confusion. All done, he said proudly. Okay. Turn around, Aina said with her usual soft tone. Oh. Lionel nodded like an obedient child and did as he was told. It wasn't long after he did so that Lionel felt a pair of small hands on his back. The feeling was so novel that he didn't know how to react. Aina's actions were just as slow and meticulous as Lionel's, but her face was flushed red with embarrassment from start to finish. It wasn't just because she felt that following the outlines of Lionel's muscular back left her feeling warmth in ways she never had before, but it was also because Lionel was much taller than she was. So, while the water covered her waist quite easily, it couldn't do the same for him. Lionel seemed to realize this after a while too, but he was too embarrassed to say anything about it. He never thought that he would have such a day. Finished, when Lionel heard these words that were no louder than the flapping of a butterfly's wings, he wanted to run away at that moment as quickly as he could. How embarrassing. He wasn't one who cared very much about such things. He had appeared naked in a locker room more than once in his life. However, doing it in front of Aina left him feeling flustered. He felt even more embarrassed than Aina herself. All that comfort he had felt disappeared. However, just when Lionel wanted to run away, he found two arms wrapped around his waist. At that moment, it felt like a bolt of electricity had shot through his body. It wasn't because of the arms, but rather because a softness he had never experienced before was now firmly pressed against his back. Two perfectly molded, soft mounds of flesh pressed flush against him. Lionel's mind went blank. All the computational power in the world was at his fingertips, yet he suddenly short-circuited. Whatever control he had over his lower half vanished. It pierced through the water as though it was a spear itself, standing at attention. Lionel was so lost that he didn't even notice when a slender hand reached toward it. Chapter 504. Lionel froze, his entire body tensing. He felt a hand grab onto him below, but he didn't even have the courage to look down. Aina. Lionel's voice came out exceptionally hoarse. It bordered on the growl of a beast, just the sound alone made Aina shudder, her hold on Lionel's waist becoming tighter. Lionel tried to pull away, but Aina's strength was far beyond his own. One of her arms wrapped around his waist like a vice grip while the other reached out a hand and found a place on his heated shaft. The temperature of Lionel's body seemed to skyrocket, a fog beginning to emit from his reddening skin. Compared to the grip around his waist, her hand was exceptionally gentle. Though she hardly moved, it made Lionel's knees weak. He didn't think that there could be such a marvelous feeling in the world. But something was eating at the back of his mind. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance to think about it. Lionel felt his body being pushed forward. Before he could realize what was happening, he found himself at the edge of the pool and being spun around. At this point, he truly wanted to shed tears. Why did he feel more like a rag doll than a man? How was she so much stronger than him? Lionel's metal body had entered the perfection realm now thanks to the herb essence he found within Camelot's vaults. Soon afterward, his body naturally progressed to the fourth dimension. Yet, he was still so much weaker than Aina. Of course, this was likely because metal body focused more on defense rather than strength and it could only exhibit a portion of its ability without Lionel activating his runes. But it was still a shocking feat nonetheless. Lionel's back was pressed against the side of the pool before being pressed down into a seated position. He hardly caught a glimpse of Aina before she straddled him. With Aina grasping a hold of such a sensitive part of him, Lionel couldn't resist even if he wanted to. But he panicked when he realized what Aina was doing. Lionel felt the tip of his rod suddenly press against soft flesh that separated out into folds. He felt like such a fool. It hadn't even entered yet, but he realized that calling just a hand the best feeling was nothing more than pure ignorance. If there was anything that could possibly feel better than this, it must only exist in a world of gods. However, it was this very intoxicating feeling that made Lionel's panic reach a fever pitch. Judging by Aina's position straddling over him like this, he didn't need to guess what this feeling was. Even as a virgin, he would be too much of a fool to not understand. From Lionel's vantage point, all he could see was a wall of wet hair blocking Aina's face as she looked down as though fiddling with something. Her movements were awkward and erratic, her every action carrying a clearly discernible trembling. She had gone from a highly coordinated athlete to what looked like a person who couldn't even tie her own shoes. Lionel could hear a slight whimpering coming from Aina as though she was trying to hold back and ignore pain she was suffering through. But a barrier seemed to stop her from going any further. So, she tried harder, trying to force her body down. As she did so, the sharp pain she was feeling seemingly only became worse. At that moment, Lionel finally regained his strength, the haziness in his gaze vanishing. That uncomfortable feeling at the back of his head, that very thing he had ignored until now, came bubbling forth. All of this felt wrong. No, it was wrong. Aina. The roar caused the abode setting to tremble, even the waters parted beneath Lionel's shout. Violent ripples spread, sending a wave of cleansing water surging out. The hair that covered Aina's face parted beneath the forcefulness of Lionel's shout. For the first time since they entered this pool together, Lionel's gaze landed on Aina's face. But what he saw left him heartbroken. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes swollen with redness. Lionel felt like such a fool. Aina's boldness, her asking him to wash her back, to remove the light curtain, even down to trying to wash his back as well. Were those really things she wanted to do? He was an idiot. Blinded by his own lust, he just nodded like a pecking chicken, following along as though he could no longer think with his head. Because he wanted it so much for it to be her words, her feelings, he ignored everything else and went with the flow, disregarding how ridiculous it all was. Aina, Lionel gently grasped Aina's face, his heart trembling with guilt. Aina hiccuped, wiping her tears away as fast as she could. I'm sorry. Aina sobbed. She felt so stupid. She was almost there, but she just had to start crying. Just one more push and she would have broken through. Don't leave me again. I'll do it, I can do it. Lionel's gaze reddened. His arms wrapped around Aina, his hand caressing the back of her head. He held her firmly against his chest, his jaw clenched. He didn't expect that leaving Aina for a few months would have such an effect. He had only wanted to give her some space to sort out her emotions, but he hadn't thought this would be the result. How could he not feel guilty? As though a wall had broken down between them, Aina broke out into a fit of sobs. Her hands balled into fists that rested on Lionel's chest. She tried to bury her head in the same place, her emotions spilling over. She never said it, but she had felt afraid. She was afraid that Lionel wouldn't come back, afraid that he really would abandon her. And the worst part was that it would all be her fault, all because she couldn't open her mouth to speak, all because she couldn't communicate how she felt. All she could think of during these past few months were Lionel's words, how he could grow apart from her if she pushed him away. It was her fault, she had done exactly that, she felt she had to do something to make him stay. She had to. But she never understood why Lionel liked her to begin with. She didn't feel like she was special, she didn't think she had anything else to give. This was the only thing she could think of. I won't leave you again. Lionel's voice rumbled, the vibrations flowing through his chest. Aina could feel every word, every syllable, every ounce of will backing them. Aina collapsed onto Lionel completely, letting him support the entirety of her weight. Her tears spilled forth in a flood. They fell down Lionel's chest in a torrent, only to be washed away by the cleansing waters. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.